Section 32 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daniel Titus. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Joan and Peter Graduate. Part 2. Wilmington was not the first of Joan's little company to be killed. Joan had the gift of friendship. She was rare among girls in that respect. She was less of an artist in egotism than most of her contemporaries. There were even times when she could be self-forgetful to the pitch of untidiness. Two other among that handful of young soldiers who were killed outright and who had been her friends wrote to her with some regularity right up to the times of their deaths, and found a comfort in doing so. They wrote to her at first upon neat notepaper adorned with regimental crests, but their later letters, as they worked their slow passages toward the place of death, were penciled on thin paper. She kept them all. She felt she could have been a good sister to many brothers. One of those who died early was Winterbaum. She did not hear from this young man of the world for some weeks after the declaration of war. Then came a large photograph of himself in cavalry uniform, and a manly, worldly letter strongly reminiscent of Kipling and anticipatory of Gilbert Franco. "There is something splendid about this life after all," he wrote. "It's good to be without one's little luxuries for a space, democratically undistinguished among one's fellows. It's good to harden up until nothing seems able to bruise one any more. I bathed yesterday without water, Joan. Just a dry towel, and that not over clean, was all that was available. After this is all over, I shall have such an appetite for luxury. I shall be fierce, Joan." Those early days were still days of unrestricted plenty, and the disposition of the British world was to pet and indulge everything in khaki. Young Winterbaum wore his spurs and the most beautiful riding breeches to nightclubs and great feasts in the more distinguished restaurants. He took his car about with him, his neat little black-and-white car fitted with ivory fopperies. He tried hard to take it with him to France. From France his scribbled letters became more heroic in tone. "Poor David has been done in," he said. "I am now only 3 from the Contango peerage. Heaven send I get no nearer. No feudal dignities for me. I would give 3 gilded chambers at any time for one reasonably large and well-lit studio. And I have a kind of affection for my cousins." His prayer was answered. He got no nearer to the Contango peerage. The powers above him decided that a little place called Lewes was of such strategic value to the British Army as to be worth the lives of a great number of young men, and paid in our generous British fashion even more than the estimate. Winterbaum was part of the price. No particulars of his death ever came to Joan and Peter. The attack began brightly and then died away. There was a failure to bring up reserves and grasp opportunity. Winterbaum vanished out of life in the muddle. One of thousands. He was the first of the little company of Joan's friends to be killed. Bunny Cuthbert spread a less self-conscious, more Western, and altogether more complicated psychology before Joan's eyes. Like Wilmington, he had faltered at the outset of the war between enlistment and extreme pacifism. But unlike Wilmington, he had never reconciled himself to his decision. Bunny was out of sympathy with the fierceness of mankind. He wanted a kindly, prosperous, rather funny world where there is nothing more cruel than gossip. That was the world he was fitted for. He repeated in his own person and quality the tragedy of Anatole France. He wanted to assure the world and himself that at heart everything was quite right and magnificent fun, to laugh gaily at everything, seeing through its bristling hostilities into the depth of genial absurdity beneath. And so often he could find no genial absurdity. He had always pretended that discovering novel sorts of cakes for his teas or new steps for dances was the really serious business of life. One of his holiday amusements had been little wars, which he played with toy soldiers and little model houses and miniature woods of twigs and hills, of boarding in a big room at his Lympfield home. He would have vacation parties for days to carry out these wars, and he and his guests conducted them with tremendous seriousness. He had elaborated his miniature battle scene more and more, making graveyards, churches, inns, walls, fences, even sticking absurd notices and advertisements upon the walls, and writing epitaphs upon his friends in the graveyard. He had loved the burlesque of it. He had felt that it brought history into a proper proportion to humor. But one of the drawbacks had always been that as the players lay upon the floor to move their soldiers and guns about, they crushed down on his dear little toy houses and woods. His mind still fought desperately to see the war as miniature. He got to a laugh ever and again by great effort, but some of the things that haunted his imagination would not under any circumstances dissolve in laughter. Things that other people seemed to hear only to dismiss remained to suppurate in his mind. One or two of the things that were most oppressive to him he never told Joan, but she had a glimpse now and then of what was there through the cracks in his laughter. He had heard a man telling a horrible story of the opening bombardment of Ypres by the Germans. The core of the story was a brick tunnel near the old fortifications of the town, whither a crowd of refugees had fled from the bombardment and into which a number of injured people had been carried. A shell exploded near the exit and imprisoned all those people in a half-light without any provisions or help. There was not even drinking water for the wounded. A ruptured drain poured a foul trickle across the slimy floor on which the wounded and exhausted lay. Now quite near, and now at a distance, the shells were still bursting, and through that thudding and uproar, above all the crouching and murmuring distresses of that pit of misery, sounded the low, clear, querulous voice of a little girl, who was talking as she died, talking endlessly of how she suffered, of how her sister could not come help her, of her desire to be taken away. A little scolding, indignant spirit she was, with a very clear, explicit sense of the vast impropriety of everything about her. "Why does not someone come?" "Be tranquil," an old woman's voice remonstrated time after time. "Help will come." But for most of the people in the tunnel, help never came. Through a slow, unhurrying night of indescribable pain and discomfort, in hunger, darkness, and an evil stench, their lives ebbed away, one by one. That dark, dreadful, stinking place, quivering to the incessant thunder of guns, sinking through the twilight into the night, lit by flashes and distant flames, and passing through an eternity of misery to a cold, starving dawn, threaded by the child's shrill voice, took a pitiless grip upon Bunny's imagination. He could neither mitigate it nor forget it. How could one laugh at the Kaiser with this rankling in his mind? He could not fit it into any merry scheme of things, and he could not bear any scheme that was not merry. And not to be able to fit dreadful things into a scheme that does at last prevail over them was, for such a mind as Bunny's, to begin to drift from sanity. The second story that mutely reinforced the shrill indictment of that little Belgian girl was a description he had heard of some poor devil being shot for cowardice at dawn. A perplexed, stupid youth of 2 or 3 and 20, with little golden hairs that gleamed on a pallid cheek, was led out to a heap of empty ammunition boxes in a desolate and mutilated landscape of mud and splintered trees under a leaden sky, and set down on a box to die. It was as if Bunny had seen that living body with his own eyes, the body that jumped presently to the impact of the bullets and lurched forward, and how the officer in command, who had been himself but a little child in a garden a dozen years or more ago, came up to the pitiful prostrate form and put his revolver to the head behind the ear that would never hear again, and behind the eye that stared and glazed, and pulled the trigger to make sure. Bunny could feel that revolver behind his own ear. It felt as a dental instrument feels in the mouth. "Oh, my God!" cried Bunny. "Oh, my God!" starting up from his sack of straw on the floor in his billet in the middle of the night. "Oh, shut it," said the man who was trying to sleep beside him. "Sorry," said Bunny. "You keep it for the Germans, mate." "Oh, if I could kill this damn Kaiser with 10,000 torments," whispered Bunny, quietening down. These were not the only stories that tormented Bunny's mind, but they were the chief ones. Others came in and went again. Stories of the sufferings of wounded men, of almost incredible brutalities done to women and children and helpless people, and of 100 chance reasonless horrors. They came in with an effect of support and confirmation to these two principal figures. The shrill little girl making her bitter complaint against God and the world which had promised to take care of her, and had scared her horribly and torn her limbs and thrust her, thirsty and agonized, into a stinking drain to die. And the poor puzzled lout, caught and condemned, who had to die so dingily and submissively because his heart had failed him. Against the grim instances of their somber and squalid fates, the soul of Bunny battled whenever by night or day thought overtook him in his essential and characteristic resolve to see life as fun, as great fun. These two fellow sufferers in life took possession of his imagination because of their intense kindred with himself. So far as he got his riddle clear, it was something after this fashion. Why, if the world is like this, why are we in it? What am I doing in this nightmare? Why are there little girls and simple louts and me? The days drew near when he would have to go to the front. He wrote shamelessly to Joan of his dread of that experience. "It's the mud and dirtiness and ugliness," he said. "I am a domestic cat, Joan, an indoor cat. I've got a pacifist temperament. All the same, Joan, the Germans started this war. If we don't beat them, they will start others. They are intolerable brutes, the Junkers anyhow. Until we get them down, they will go on kicking mankind in the stomach. It is their idea of dignified behavior. But we are casting our youth before swine. Why aren't there more assassins in the world? Why can't we kill them by machinery, painlessly and cleanly? We ought to be cleverer than they are." There was extraordinarily little personal fear in Bunny. He was not nearly so afraid of things that would happen to him as of the things that would happen about him. He hated the smashing even of inanimate things. A broken-down chair or a roofless shed was painful to him. Whenever he thought of the trenches, he thought of treading and slipping in the dark on a torn and still-living body. He stuck stoutly to his reasoning that England had to fight, and that he had to fight. But hidden from Joan, hidden from every living soul, he kept a secret resolve. It was, he knew, an entirely illogical and treasonable resolve, and yet he found it profoundly comforting. He would never fire his rifle so that it would hurt anyone even by chance, and he would never use his bayonet. He would go over the top with the best of them and carry his weapons and shout. If it came to close fighting, he would go for a man with his hands and try to disarm him. But this resolve was never put to the test. The Easter newspaper of 1916 arrived with flaming headlines about an insurrection in Dublin and the seizure of the post office by the rebels. Oddly enough, this did not shock Bunny at all. It produced none of the effect of horror and brutality that the German invasion of Belgium had made upon his mind. It impressed him as a rag, as the sort of rag that they got up to at Cambridge during seasons of excitement. He was delighted by the seizure of the post office, by the appearance of a revolutionary flag and the issue of Republican stamps. It was as good as little wars. It was little revolutions. He didn't like the way they had shot a policeman outside Trinity College, but perhaps that report wasn't true. The whole affair had restored that flavor of adventure and burlesque that he had so sadly missed from the world since the war began. He had always idealized the Irish character as the pleasantest combination of facetiousness and generosity. When he found himself part of a draft crossing to Dublin with his back to the grim war front, his spirits rose. He could forget that nightmare for a time. He was going to a land of wit and laughter which had rebelled for a lark. He felt sure that the joke would end happily, and that he would be shaking hands with congenial spirits still wearing Sinn Féin badges before a fortnight was out. Perhaps he would come upon Mrs. O'Grady or Patrick Lynch, whom he had been accustomed to meet at the Sheldricks. He had heard they were in it. And when the whole business had ended brightly and cheerfully, then all those clever and witty people would grow grave and helpful, and come back with him to join in that temporarily neglected task of fighting on the Western Front against an iron brutality that threatened to overwhelm the world. He was still in this cheerful vein 2 days later as he was crossing St. Stephen's Green. His quaint, amiable face was smiling pleasantly, and he was marching, with a native ungainliness that no drill sergeant could ever overcome, when something hit him very hard in the middle of the body. He knew immediately that he had been shot. He was not dismayed or shocked by this, but tremendously interested. All other feelings were swamped in his surprise at a curious contradiction. He had felt hit behind. He was convinced that he had been hit behind. But what was queer about it was that he was spinning round as though he had been hit in front. It gave him a preposterous drunken feeling. His head was quite clear, but he was altogether incapable of controlling these spinning legs of his, which were going round backward. His facile sense of humor was aroused. It was really quite funny to be spinning backwards in this way. It was like a new step in dancing. His hilarity increased. It was like the maddest dancing they had ever at Hampstead or Chelsea. The backward step. He laughed. He had to laugh. Something was tickling his ribs and throat. His whole being laughed. He laughed a laugh that became a rush of hot blood from his mouth. The soul of Bunny, for all I know, laughs forever among the stars. But it was a dead young man who finished those fantastic gyrations. He paused and swayed and dropped like an empty sack and lay still in St. Stephen's Green, the modest contribution of one happy Sinn Féin sniper to the peace of mankind. Perhaps Bunny was well out of life where there can be little room for Bunnyism for many years to come, and lucky to leave it laughing. And as an offset to his loss, we have to count the pleasant excitement of Ireland in getting well back into the limelight of the world's affairs, and the bright and glowing gathering of the armed young heroes who got away, recounting their deeds to one another simultaneously in some secure place, with all the rich, tumultuous volubility of the Celtic habit. "Did ye see that red-haired fella I got in the square, boys? You should have seen that fella I got in the square." But not all the world of Joan was at war. The Sheldrick Circle, for example, after some wide fluctuations, during which Sidney almost became a nurse and Babs nearly enlisted into the Women's Legion, took a marked turn under the influence of one of the son-in-laws towards pacifism. Antonia, who had taken 2 German prizes at school, was speedily provoked by the general denunciation of Coulter into a distinctly pro-German attitude. The Sheldrick Circle settled down on the whole as a pro-German circle, with a poor opinion of President Wilson, a marked hostility to the Belgians, and a disposition to think the hardships of drowning by U-boats much exaggerated. The Sheldricks were like little seedlings that began flourishing and then damp off. From amusing schoolfellows they had changed into irritating and disappointing friends. Energy leaked out of them at adolescence. They seemed to possess the vitality for positive convictions no longer. They displayed an instinctive hostility to any wave of popular feeling that threatened to swamp their weak but still obstinate individualities. Their general attitude towards life was one of protesting refractoriness. Whatever it was that people believed or did, you were given to understand by undertones and abstinences that the Sheldricks knew better, and for the most exquisite reasons didn't. All their friends were protesters and rebels and succeeders, or incomprehensible poets or inexplicable artists. And from the first the war was altogether too big and strong for them. Confronted by such questions as whether 50 years of belligerent preparation, culminating in the most cruel and wanton invasion of a peaceful country it is possible to imagine, was to be resisted by mankind or condoned, the Sheldricks fell back upon a counterstatement that Sir Edward Grey, being a landowner, was necessarily just as bad as a German junker, or that the government of Russia was an unsatisfactory one. In a few months it was perfectly clear to the Sheldricks that they would have nothing to do with the war at all. They were going to ignore it. Sidney just went on quietly doing her little statuettes that nobody would buy, little portrait busts of her sisters and such like things. Now and then her mother contrived to get her a commission. Babs kept on trying to get a part in somebody's play. Antonia continued to produce dibyas in chocolate and grocer's blue and similar tints. One saw the sisters drifting about London in costumes, still trailingly pre-Raphaelite, when all the rest of womankind was cutting its skirts shorter and shorter, their faces rather pained in expression and deliberately serene, ignoring the hopes and fears about them, the stir, the huge effort, the universal participation. It was not their affair, thank you. They were not going to wade through this horrid war. They were going around. Every time Joan went to see them, either they had become more phantom-like and incredible, or she had become coarser and more real. Would they ever get round, she asked herself? And what would they be like when at last they attempted, if ever they attempted, to rejoin the mainstream of human interests again? They kept up their Saturday evenings, but their gatherings became thinner and less credible as the war went on. The first wave of military excitement carried off most of the sightly young men, and presently the more capable and enterprising of the women vanished one after another, to nurse, to join the Women's Legion, to become substitute clerks and release men to volunteer, to work in the canteens and so forth. There was, however, a certain coming and going of ambiguous adventurers, who in those early days went almost unchallenged between London and Belgium on ambulance work, on mysterious missions, and with no missions at all. Belgian refugees drifted in, and when they found the lack of sympathy for their simple thirst for the destruction of Germans under all possible circumstances, out again. Then Ireland called her own, and Patrick Lynch went off to die a martyr's death with arms in his hands after 3 days of the most exhilarating mixed shooting in the streets of Dublin. Antonia discovered passionate memories as soon as he was dead, and nobody was allowed to mention the name of Bunny in the Sheldrick circle for fear of spoiling the emotional atmosphere. Hetty Reinhardt, after some fluctuations, went khaki, flitted from one ministry to another in various sorts of clerical capacities, took such opportunities as offered of entertaining young officers lonely in our great capital, and was no more seen in Hampstead. What was left of this little group in the Hampstead Quartier Latin drew together into a band of resistance to the creeping approach of compulsory service. Huntley's lofty scorn of the war had intensified steadily. The harsh disappointment of Joan's patriotism had stung him to great efforts of self-justification, and he became one of the most strenuous writers in the extreme pacifist press. Not an act or effort of the Allies, he insisted, that was not utterly vile in purpose and doomed to accelerate our defeat. Not an act of the enemies that was not completely thought out, wisely calculated and planned to give the world peace and freedom on the most reasonable terms. He was particularly active in preparing handbills and pamphlets of instruction for lifelong conscientious objectors to war service who had not hitherto thought about the subject. Community of view brought him very close in feeling to both Babs and Sidney Sheldrick. There was much talk of a play he was to write, which was to demonstrate the absurdity of Englishmen fighting Germans just because Germans insisted upon fighting Englishmen, and which was also to bring out the peculiarly charming Babsiness of Babs. He studied her thoroughly and psychologically and physiologically and intensively and extensively. By a great effort of self-control, he abstained from sending his writings to Joan. Once, however, they were near meeting. On one of Joan's rare calls, Babs told her that he was coming to discuss the question of whether he should go to prison and hunger strike, or consent to take up work of national importance. Babs was very full of the case for each alternative. She was doubtful which course involved the greatest moral courage. Moral courage, it was evident, was being carried to giddy heights by Huntley. It would be pure hypocrisy, he felt, to ignore the vital value of his writings, and while he could go on with these quite comfortably while he was working as a farm hand, with a little judicious payment to the farmer, their production would become impossible in prison. He must crucify himself upon the cross of harsh judgments, he felt, and take the former course. He wanted to make his views exactly clear to everyone to avoid misunderstanding. Joan hesitated whether she should stay and insult him or go, and chose the seemlier course. Joan was already driving a car for the Ministry of Munitions before Peter got himself transferred from the ranks of the infantry to the Royal Flying Corps. Peter's career as an infantryman never took him nearer to the Western Front than Lys Forest. Then he perceived the error of his ways and decided to get a commission in the Royal Flying Corps. In those days the Flying Corps was still a limited and inaccessible force with a huge waiting list, and it needed a considerable exertion of influence to secure a footing in that select band. But at last a day came when Peter, rather self-conscious in his new leather coat and cap, walked out from the mess past a group of chatting young pilots towards the aeroplane in which he was to have his first experience of flight. He had a sense of being scrutinized, but indeed hardly anyone upon the aerodrome noted him. This sense of an audience made him deliberately casual in his bearing. He saluted his pilot in a mannerly, decidedly offhand. He clambered up through the struts and wire to the front seat as if he was a clerk ascending the morning omnibus, and strapped himself in as if it hardly mattered whether he was strapped in or not. "Contact, sir," said the mechanic. "Contact," came the pilot's voice from behind. The engine roared. A gale swept backwards, and Peter vibrated like an aspen leaf. The wheels were cleared, the mechanics jumped aside, and Peter was careering across the grass in a series of light leaps, and then his progress became smoother. He did not perceive at first the reason for this sudden steadying of the machine. He found himself tilting upward. He was off the ground. He had been off the ground for some seconds. He looked over the side and saw the grass 50 feet below, and the black shadow of the aeroplane as if it fled before them, rushing at a hedge, doubling up at the hedge, and starting again in the next field, and up he went. Peter stared at the fields, hedges, trees, sheds, and roadways growing small below him. He noted cows in plan and an automobile in plan, and in a lane going it seemed very slowly indeed. It was a stagnant world below in comparison with his own forward sweep. His initial nervousness and self-consciousness had passed away. He was enormously interested and delighted. He was trying to remember when it was that Nobby had said, "I doubt if we'll see that in my lifetime or yours." It was somewhen long ago at Limpsfield, quite early. And then abruptly Peter was clutching the side with his thick-gloved hand. The aeroplane was coming round in a close curve and banking steeply, very steeply. For a moment it seemed as though there was nothing at all between him and England below. If he fell out... He looked over his shoulder and met the hard regard of a pair of steel-blue eyes. He remembered that after all he was under observation. This was no mere civilian's joyride. He affected the concentration upon the scenery. The aeroplane swung slowly back again to the level, and his hand left the side. They were going up very rapidly now. The world seemed to be rolling in at the edges of a great circle that grew constantly larger. Away to the left were broad spaces of brown sand and gray rippled and smooth shining water channels, and beyond the sapphire sea. Beneath and to the right were fields, houses, villages, woods, and a distant range of hills that seemed to be coming nearer. The scale was changing, and everything was becoming map-like. Cows were little dots now, and men scarcely visible. And then suddenly all the scenery seemed to be rushing upward before Peter's eyes, and he had a feeling like the feeling one has in a lift when it starts, a downborne feeling. He affected indifference, and gave the pilot his whistling profile. Down they swept, faster than a luge on the swiftest ice run, until one could see the ditches in the shadows beneath the hedges, and cows were plainly cows again. And then once more they were heeling over and curving round. But Peter had been ready for that this time. He had been telling himself over and over again that he was strapped in. He betrayed no surprise. He was getting more and more exhilarated. And then they were climbing again, and soaring straight out toward the sea. Up went this roaring dragonfly in which Peter was sitting at 120 miles or so per hour, leaving the dwindling land behind. Up they went and up, until the world seemed nearly all sea, and the coast was far away. They mounted at last above a little white cloud puff, and then above a haze of clouds, and when Peter looked down he saw a vast distance below, through a clear gap in that flimsy cloud fabric, 3 ships smaller than any toys. One of the men he could distinguish nothing. How sweet the cold air had become! And high above the world, in the lonely sky above the cloud fleece, the pilot saw fit to spring a surprise on Peter. He was not of the genial and considerate order of teachers. He believed in weeding out duds as swiftly as possible. He had an open mind as to whether this rather over-intelligent-looking beginner might not, under certain circumstances, squeal. So he just tried him, and without a note of preparation, looped the loop with him. The propeller that spanned before the eyes of Peter dipped. Peter bowed in accord with it. It dipped more and more steeply, until the machine was almost nose down, until Peter was looking at the sea and the land as one sits and looks at a wall. He was tilted down and down until he was face downward, and then abruptly he was tilted up. It was like being in a swing. The note of the engine altered as if a hand swept up the scale of notes. The sea and the land seemed to fall away below him, as though he had left them forever, and the blue sky swept down across his field of vision like a curtain. He was, so to speak, on his back now, with his legs in the air, looking straight at the sky, at nothing but sky, and expecting to recover. For a vast second he waited for the swing to end. This was surely the end of the swing. Only, most amazingly, he didn't recover. He wanted to say, "Ouch!" He was immensely surprised, too surprised to be frightened. He went over backwards in an instant, and the sea and land reappeared above the sky, and also came down like curtains too, and then behold, the airplane was driving down, and the world was in its place again far below. "The loop," Peter whispered, a little dazed, and glanced back at his pilot and smiled. This was no perambulator excursion. The loop. First trip. The blue eyes seemed a little less hard. The weather-red face was smiling faintly. Then, gripped by an irresistible power, Peter found himself going down, 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 almost vertically. The pilot had apparently stopped the engine. Peter watched the majestic expansion of the landscape as they fell. They had come back over the land. Far away he could see the aerodrome like a scattered collection of little toy huts, and growing bigger and bigger every instant. He sat quite still, for it was all right. It must be all right. But now they were getting very near the ground, and it was still rushing up to meet them, and pouring outwardly as it rose. A cat would now be visible. It was all right. The engine picked up with a roar like a score of lions, and the pilot leveled out at 100 feet above the trees. Then presently they were dropping to the aerodrome again, down until the hedges were plain and the grazing cattle close and distinct, and then, with a sense of infinite regret, Peter perceived that they were back on the turf again, and that the flight was over. They danced lightly over the turf. Their rush slowed down. They taxied gently up to the hangar, and the engine shuddered and with a pathetic drop to silence, stopped. A little stiffly, Peter unbuckled himself and stretched and set himself to clamber to the ground. His weather-bitten senior nodded to him and smiled faintly. Peter walked toward the mess. It was wonderful and intensely disappointing that it was over so soon. There were still great pieces of the afternoon left. The aerodrome was short of mechanics and instructors, and he had to wait a couple of weeks before he could get into the air a second time. He worked sedulously to gather knowledge during that waiting interval, and his first real lesson found him a very alert and ready pupil. This time the dual control was at his disposal, and for a straight or so the pilot left things to him altogether. Came half-dozen other lessons, and then Peter found himself sitting alone in a machine outside the great sheds, watched closely by a knot of friendly rivals, and, for the first time on his own account, conducting that dialogue he had heard now so often on others' lips. Switch off, suck in, contact. He started across the ground. His first sensations bordered on panic. Hitherto the machines he had flown in had been just machines. Now this one was an animal. It started out across the aerodrome like a demented ostrich, swerving wildly and trying to turn around. Always before this the other man had done the taxi business on the ground. It had never occurred to Peter that it involved any difficulty. Peter's heart nearly failed him in that opening 20 seconds. He was convinced he was going to be killed. And then he determined to get up at any cost. At any rate, he wouldn't smash up on the ground. He let out the accelerator, touched his controls, and behold, he was up. He was up. Instantly the machine ceased to resemble a floundering ostrich and became a steady and dignified carronade, swaying only slightly from wing to wing. Up he went over the hedges, over the trees, beyond above the familiar field of cows. The moment of panic passed, and Peter was himself again. He had got right outside the aerodrome, and he had to bank and bring her round. Already he had done that successfully a number of times with an instructor to take care of him. He did it successfully now. His confidence grew. Back he buzzed and droned, 100 feet over the aerodrome. He made 3 complete circuits, rose outside the aerodrome, and came down, making a good landing. He was instantly smitten with the intensest regret that he had not made 8 or 9 circuits. It was a mere hop. Any man of spirit would have gone on. There were 4 hours of daylight yet. He might have gone up. He might have tried a spiral. Damn! But the blue eyes of the master approved him. "Couldn't have made a better landing, Stublin," said the master. "Try again tomorrow. Follow it up close. Short and frequent doses. That's the way." Peter had made another stage on his way to France. Came other solo flights and flights on different types of machines, and then a day of glory and disobedience when 3,000 feet above the chimneys of a decent farmhouse, Peter looped the loop twice. He had learnt by that time what it was to side-slip, and what air pockets can do to the unwary. He had learnt the bitter consequences of coming down with the engine going strong. He had had a smash through that all-too-common mistake, but not a bad smash. A few struts and wires of the left wing were all that had gone. A hedge and a willow tree had stopped him. He had had a forced landing in a field of cabbages through engine stoppage, and half an hour in the snowstorm when he had had doubts in an upward eddy whether he might not be flying upside down. That had been a nasty experience, his worst. He had several times taken his hands off the controls and let the old bus look after herself, so badly were the snowflakes spinning about in his mind. He dreamt a lot about flying, and a few of his dreams were pleasant dreams. And then this fantastic old world of ours, which had so suddenly diverted his education to these things and taught him to fly with a haste and intensity it had never put into any teaching before, decided that he was ripe for the air war and packed him off to France. Now, seeing that Joan had at last discovered that she was in love with Peter, it would be pleasantly symmetrical to record that Peter had also discovered by this time that he was in love with Joan. But as a matter of fact, he had discovered nothing of the sort. He had been amazed and humiliated by his 3 days of hesitation and procrastination at Orta. The delay was altogether out of keeping with his private picture of himself, and he discovered that he was not in love with anyone, and that he did not intend again to be lured into any dangerous pretense that he was. He had done with Hetty. He was convinced. He did not mean to see her any more, and he led a life of exasperated Puritanism for some months, refusing to answer the occasionally very skillful and perplexing letters with amusing and provocative illustrations that she wrote him. The idea of relaxing moral fiber obsessed him, and our genial Peter for a time abandoned both smoking and alcohol, and was only deterred from further abstinences by their impracticability. The ordinary infantry mess, for example, caters ill and resentfully for vegetarians. Peter's days in the ranks were days of strained austerity. He was a terribly efficient recruit, a fierce soldier, a wonderful influence on slackers. Stripes gravitated towards him, and a prophetic corporal saw Sergeant Major written on his forehead. Occasionally, when his imagination got loose, or after a letter from Hetty, he would indulge privately in fits of violent rage, finding great relief in the smashing of light objects and foul and outrageous language. He found what he considered a convenient privacy for this idiosyncrasy in a disused cowshed near the camp, and only realized that he had an audience when a fellow recruit asked anxiously, "And how's Miss Blurry, Etty?" Whereupon Peter discovered a better outlet for pent-up nervous energy in a square fight. Joan saw hardly anything of him during those early and brutal days, but she thought about him mightily. She shared Oswald's opinion that he wasn't in his right place, and she wrote to him frequently. He answered perhaps half her letters. His answers struck her as being rather posed. The strain showed through them. Peter was trying very hard not to be Peter. "I'm getting down to elementals," was one of his experiments in the statements of his moral struggle. Then, quite abruptly, came his decision to get into the Royal Flying Corps. Neither Oswald nor Joan ventured any comment on this, because both of them had a feeling that Peter had, in a sense, climbed down by this decision to go up. In the Royal Flying Corps, Peter's rather hastily conceived theories of moral fiber came into an uncongenial atmosphere. The Royal Flying Corps was amazingly young, swift, and confident, and moral fiber based on abstinence and cold self-control was not at all what it was after. The Royal Flying Corps was much more inclined to scrap with soda-water siphons and rag to the tunes of a gramophone. It was a body that had to improvise a tradition of conduct in 3 or 4 swift years, and its tradition was still unstable. Mainly, it was the tradition of the games and the sports side of a public school, roughly adapted to the new needs of the service. It was an essentially boyish tradition. Even men old enough to have gone through the universities were in a minority in it, and Peter, at 21, was one of the more elderly class of recruits. And necessarily the tradition of the corps still varied widely with the dominant personalities and favorite heroes of each aerodrome and mess and squadron. It was a crowd of plastic boys, left amazingly to chance leads. Their seniors had no light for them. They had picked up such hints as they would come from Kipling and the music halls, from overheard conversations, and one another. It is not an incredible world in which old men make wars and untutored young men have to find out how to fight them, in which tradition and the past are mere entanglements about the feet of the young. The flying services took the very flower of the youth of the belligerent nations. They took the young men who were most manifestly fitted to be politicians, statesmen, leaders of men, masters in industry, and makers of the new age. The boys of nerve, pluck, imagination, invention, and decision. And there is not a sign of any realization on the part of any one of these belligerent states of the fact that a large proportion of this most select and valuable mass of youth was destined to go on living after the war and was going to matter tremendously and be the backbone of the race after the war. They let all these boys specialize as jockeys specialize. The old men and rulers wanted these youngsters to fight and die for them. That any future lay beyond the war was too much for these scared and unteachable ancients to apprehend. The short way to immediate efficiency was to back the tradition of recklessness and gallantry, and so the short way was taken. If the brave lads were kept bold and reckless by women, wine, and song, then by all means, said their elders, let them have these helps. A short life and a merry one, said the British Empire to these lads of 18 and 19 encouragingly. A short life and a merry one, said the Empire to its future. If the story of the Air Forces is a glorious and not a shameful thing, it is because of the enduring hope of the world, the incessant gallantry of youth. These boys took up their great and cardinal task with the unquenchable hopefulness of boyhood and with the impudence and humor of their race. They brought in the irreverence and the Spartanism of their years. They made a language for themselves, an atrocious slang of facetious misnomers. Everything one did was a stunt. Everything one used was a gadget. The machines were buses and camels and pups. The older men were perpetually pleading in vain for more dignity in the official reports, and these youngsters worked out their moral problems according to their own generous and yet puerile ideas. They argued the question of drink. Could a man fly better or worse if he was squiffy? Does funk come to the thoughtful? And was ever a man gallant without gallantries? After the death of Lord Kitchener, there survived no man in Britain of the quality to speak plainly and authoritatively and honestly about chastity and drink to the young soldier. The state had no mind in these matters. In most matters, indeed, the state had no mind. It was a little old silly state, and the light side of the feminine temperament flamed up into shameless acquiescences in the heroic presence of the flying man. Youth instinctively sets towards romantic adventures, and the scales of chance for a considerable number of flying men swung between mésalliance and Messalina. The code and the atmosphere varied from mess to mess and from squadron to squadron. Young men are by nature and necessity hero-worshippers and imitative. Peter's lines fell among pleasant men of the irresponsible school. The two best flyers he knew, including him of the hard blue eyes who had first instructed him, were men of a physique that defied drink and dissipation. Vigors could smoke, drink, and dance in London, catch the last train back with 3 seconds to spare, and be flying with an unshakable nerve by 6:30 in the morning. Vincent would only perform stunts when he was tight, and then he seemed capable of taking any risk with impunity. He could be funny with an aeroplane then 1,000 feet up in the air. He could make it behave as though it was drunk, as though it was artful. He could make it mope or wag its tail. Men went out to watch him. The mess was decorated with pictures from La Vie Parisienne, and the art and literature of the group was review. Now, seeing that Peter's sole reason for his Puritanism was the preservation of efficiency, this combination of a fast life and a fine record in the air was very disconcerting to him. If he had been naturally and easily a first-class flying man, he might have stuck to his line of high austerity, but he was not. He flew well, but he had to fly with care. Like many other airmen, he always felt a shadow of funk before going up. On 2 or 3 bad mornings, it was on his conscience that he had delayed for 10 minutes or so, and he was more and more inclined to think that he would fly better if he flew with a less acute sense of possibilities. It was the start and the uneventful flying that irked him most. Hitherto every crisis had found him cool and able, but the slapdash style, combined with the exquisite accuracy of these rakes, Vigors, and Vincent, filled him with envious admiration. In the mess, Peter met chiefly with youths of his own age or a year or so younger. He soon became a master of slang. His style of wit won its way among them. He ceased to write of getting down to elementals to Joan, and he ceased to think of all other girls and women as inventions of the devil. Only they must be kept in their places, as Vigors and Vincent kept them. Just as one kept drink in its place. One must not, for example, lose trains on account of them. Through these months, Joan maintained a strained watch upon the development and fluctuations of Peter. He wrote variously, sometimes offhand duty notes, and sometimes long and brotherly letters, incurably brotherly. Every now and then she had glimpses of him when he came to London on leave. Manifestly, he liked her company and trusted her, as though she was a man. It was exasperating. She dressed for Peter as she had never dressed for anyone, and he would take her out to dine at the Rendezvous or the Petit Rocher, and sit beside her and glance at common scraps of feminine humanity, at dirty little ogling bare-throated girls in patched-up raiment with harsh and screaming voices, as though they were the most delicious of forbidden fruits, and he seemed to dislike being alone with her. If she dropped her hand to touch his on the table, he would draw his away. Was the invisible barrier between them invincible? For a time during his infantry phase he had shown a warm affection. In his early days in the flying corps, it seemed that he drew still closer to her. Then her quick, close watch upon him detected a difference. Joan was getting to be a very shrewd observer nowadays, and she felt a subtle change that suddenly made him a little shamefaced in her presence. There had been some sort of spree in London with 2 or 3 other wild spirits, and there had been girls in the party. Such girls. He never told her this, but something told her. I am inclined to think it was her acute sense of smell detected a flavor of face powder or cheap scent about Peter when he came along one day half an hour late to take her to the ambassador's. She was bad company that night for him. For a time Joan was bad company for anyone. She was worse when she realized that Hetty was somehow reinstated in Peter's world. That, too, she knew by an almost incredible flash of intuition. Miss Jepson was talking one evening to Peter, and Peter suddenly displayed a knowledge of the work of the London group that savored of studio. This was the first art criticism he had talked since the war began. It was clear he had been to a couple of shows, not with Joan, not alone. As he spoke, he glanced at Joan and met her eye. It was astonishing that Miss Jepson never heard the loud shout of Hetty that seemed to fill the room. It was just after this realization that an elderly but still gallant colonel, going on an expedition for the War Office with various other technical authorities to suppress some disturbing invention that the Ministry of Munitions was pressing in a troublesome manner, decided to come back from Longmoor to London on the front seat beside Joan. His conversational intentions were honorable and agreeable, but he shared a common error that a girl who wears khaki and drives a car demands less respect from an old gentleman and is altogether more playful than the Victorian good woman. Possibly he was lured into his own destruction. When he descended at the ministry, he looked pinched and aged. He was shaken to the pitch of confidences. "My word," he whispered, "that girl drives like the devil. But she's a vixen. Snaps your head off. Don't know whether that sort of thing is good for women in the long run. Robs them of charm," he said. It was just in this phase of wrath and darkness that Wilmington came over to London for his last leave before he was killed, and begged Joan for all the hours she had to spare. She was quite willing to treat him generously. They dined together and went to various theaters and music halls, and had a walk over Hampstead Heath on Sunday. He was a silent, persistent companion for most of the time. He bored her, and the more he bored her, the greater her compunction, and the more she hid it from him. But Wilmington, if he had a slow tongue, had a penetrating eye. The last evening they had together was at the Criterion. They dined in the grill room, a dinner that was interspersed with brooding silences. And then Wilmington decided to make himself interesting at any cost upon this last occasion. "Joan," he said, knocking out a half-consumed cigarette upon the edge of his plate. "Billy," said Joan, waking up. "Queer, Joan, that you don't love me when I love you so much. I'd trust you to the end of the earth, Billy. I know, but you don't love me. I think of you as much as I do of any one. No, except one." "Billy," said Joan weakly, "you're the straightest man on earth." Wilmington's tongue ran along his white lips. He spoke with an effort. "You've loved Peter since you were 6 years old. It isn't as though you've treated me badly. I can't grumble you've had no room for me. He's always been there." Joan, after an interval, decided to be frank. "It's not much good, Billy, is it, if I do?" Wilmington said nothing for quite a long time. He sat thinking hard. "It's not much good pretending I don't hate Peter. I do. If I could kill him, and in your memory too. He bars you from me. He makes you unhappy." His face was a white misery. Joan glanced round at the tables about her, but no one seemed to be watching them. She looked at him again. Pity so great that it came near to love wrung her. "Joan," he said at last. "Yes? It's queer. I feel mean, as though it wasn't right. But look here, Joan." He tapped her arm. Something that I suppose I may as well point out to you, because in certain matters you are being a fool. It's astonishing, but absolutely a fool." Joan perceived he had something very important to say. She sat watching him, as with immense deliberation he got out another cigarette and lit it. "You don't understand this Peter business, Joan. I do. Mostly when I'm not actually planning out or carrying out the destruction of Germans. I think of you and Peter, and all the rest of it. I've got nothing much else to think about, and I think I see things that you don't see. I know I do. Oh, damn it, go to hell." This last was to the waiter, who was making the customary warning about liqueurs on the stroke of 9:30. "Sorry," said Wilmington to Joan, and leant forward over his folded arms and collected his thoughts with his eyes on the flowers before them. "It's like this, Joan. Peter isn't where we are. I'm very definite and clear about my love-making. I fell in love with you, and I've never met any other woman I'd give 3 minutes of my life to. You've just got me. As if I were the palm of your hand. I wish I were. And oh, what's the good of shutting my eyes? Peter has you. You've been thinking of Peter half the time we've been together. It's true, Joan. You've grown up in love. Bah! But Peter, you've got to understand, isn't in love. He doesn't know what love means. Perhaps he never will. Love with you and me is a thing of flesh and bone. He takes it like some skin disease. He's been spoilt. He's so damned easy and good-looking. He was got hold of. Wilmington flushed for a moment. "I'm a chaste man, Joan. It's a rare thing among our sort. But Peter, loving a woman body and soul means nothing to him. He thinks love-making is a kind of amusement, casual amusement. Any woman who isn't repulsive. You know, Joan, that's not the natural way. The natural way is love of soul and body. He's been perverted. But in this crowded world, like a monkey's cage, artificially heated, The young men get made miscellaneous. Lots of the girls even are miscellaneous. He considered the word. Miscellaneous? Promiscuous, I mean. It hasn't happened to us. To you and me, I mean. I'm unattractive somehow. You're fastidious. He's neither. He takes the thing that offers. To grave people sex is sacrament, something so solemn and beautiful. The tears stood in his eyes. And if I go on, he said, I can't go on. For a time he said no more, and pulled his unconsumed cigarette to pieces over the ashtray with trembling fingers. That's all he said at last. All this is rather true, said Joan, but what does it lead up to? Yes. It means that Peter's the ordinary male animal, under modern conditions, lazy, affectionate and all that, but not a scrap of emotion or love yet anyhow. Not what you and I know as love. You may dress it up as you like, but the fact is that the woman has to make love to him. That's all. Hetty has made love to him. He has never made love to anybody, except as a sort of cheerful way of talking, and perhaps he never will. He respects you too much to make love to you. But he'd hate the idea of anyone else making love to you. It's an idea. It's outside of his conception of you. He'll never think of it for himself. Joan sat quite still. After what seemed a long silence, she looked up at him. Wilmington was watching her face. He saw she understood his drift. You could cut her out like that, said Wilmington with a gesture that gained an accidental emphasis by knocking his glass off the table and smashing it. The broken glass supplied an incident, a distraction with the waiters to relieve the tension of the situation. That's all I had to say, said Wilmington, when that was all settled. There's no earthly reason why the two of us should be unhappy. Billy, she said, after a long pause, if I could only love you. The face of gratitude that looked at him faded to a mask. You're thinking of Peter already, said Wilmington, watching her face. It was true. She started, detected. He speculated cheerlessly. You'll marry me some day, perhaps, when Peter's thrown you over. It's men of my sort who get things like that. He stood up and reached for her cloak. She, too, stood up. Then, as if to reassure her, he said, I shall get killed, Joan, so we needn't worry about that. I shall get killed, I know it. And Peter will live. I always have taken everything too seriously. Always. I shall kill a lot of Germans yet, but one day they will get me. And Peter will be up there in the air like a cheerful midge with all the Archies missing him. End of section 32. Section 33 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daniel Titus. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Joan and Peter Graduate, Part 3. This conversation was a cardinal event in Joan's life. Wilmington's suggestions raised out of the grave of forgetfulness and incorporated with themselves a conversation she had long ago with Adela one Christmas at Pelham Ford, when Adela had been in love with Sopwith Green. Adela, too, had maintained that it was the business of a woman to choose her man and not wait to be chosen, and that it was the woman who had to make love. A man's in love with a woman in general had been Adela's idea, but women fall in love with men in particular. Adela had used a queer phrase. It's for a woman to find her own man and keep him and take care of him. Men had to do their own work. They couldn't think about love as women were obliged to by nature to think about love. Love's just a trouble to a real man, like a mosquito singing in his ear, until some woman takes care of him. All those ideas came back now to Joan's mind, and she did her best to consider them and judged them as generalizations. But indeed she judged with a packed court, and all her being clamored warmly for her to get Peter, to take care, most admirable phrase, of Peter. Her decision was made, and still she argued with herself. Was it beneath her dignity to set out and capture her Peter? He was her Peter, only he didn't know it. She tried to generalize. Had it ever been dignified for a woman to wait until a man discovered her possible love? Was that at best anything more than the dignity of the mannequin? 3/4 at least of the art and literature of the world is concerned with the relation of the sexes. And yet here was Joan, after 30 centuries or so of human art and literature, still debating the elementary facts of her being. There is so much excitement in our art and literature, and so little light. The world has still to discover the scope and vastness of its educational responsibilities. Most of its teachings in these matters hitherto has been less in the nature of enlightenment than strategic concealment. We have given the young neither knowledge nor training. We have restrained and baffled them and told them lies. And then we have inflamed them. We have abused their instinctive trust when they were children, with stories of old bogey designed to save us the bother that unrestrained youthful enterprise might cause, and with humorous mockery of their natural curiosity. Jocularities about storks and gooseberry bushes, sham indignations at any plainness of speech, fierce punishments of imperfectly realized offenses. This against the background of giggles, knowing innuendo, and careless, exciting glimpses of the mystery have constituted the ordinary initiation of the youth of the world. Right up to full age, we still fail to provide the clear elemental facts. Our young men do not know for certain whether continence is healthy or unhealthy, possible or impossible. The sex is still assured with all our power of assurance that the only pure and proper life for it is a sexless one, until at last the brightest of the young have been obliged to get down to the bare facts in themselves and begin again at the beginning. So Joan, co-heiress of the ages with Peter, found that because of her defaulting trustees, because we teachers, divines, writers, and the like have shirked what was disagreeable and difficult and unpopular, she inherited nothing but debts and dangers. She had not even that touching faith in nature which sustained the generation of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. She had to set about her problem with Peter as though he and she were Adam and Eve in a garden overrun with weeds and thorns into which God had never come. Joan was too young yet to have developed the compensating egotism of thwarted femininity. She saw Peter without delusions. He was a bigger and cleverer creature than herself. He compelled her respect. He had more strength, more invention, more initiative, and a relatively tremendous power of decision, and at the same time he was weak and blind and stupid. His flickering, unstable sensuousness, his light adventurousness, and a certain dishonesty about women filled her with a comprehensive pity and contempt. There was a real difference, not merely in scale, but in nature between them. It was clear to her now that the passionate and essential realities of a woman's life are only incidental to a man. But on the other hand, there were passionate and essential realities for Peter that made her own seem narrow and self-centered. She knew far more of his mental life than Oswald did. She knew that he had an intense passion for clear statement. He held to scientific and political judgments with a power altogether deeper and greater than she did. He cared for them, and criticized them, and polished them, like weapons that had been entrusted to him. Beneath his debonair mask, he was growing into a strong and purposeful social and mental personality. She perceived that he was only in the beginning of his growth, if he came on no misadventure, if he did not waste himself. And she did not believe that she herself had any great power of further growth except through him. But linked to him, she could keep pace with him. She could capture his senses, keep his conscience, uphold him. She had convinced herself now that that was her chief business in life. Her mind was remarkably free from doubts about the future, if once she could get at her Peter. Mountains and forests of use and wants separated them, she knew. Peter had acquired a habit of not making love to her, and of separating her from the thought of love. But if ever Peter came over these mountains, if ever he came through the forest to her, in the heart of the forest, she would keep him. She wasn't afraid that Peter would leave her again. Wilmington had been wrong there. That he had suggested in the bitterness of his heart. Men like Huntley and Winterbaum were always astray. But Peter was not looking for women. He was just a lost man, distracted by desire that was strong because he was energetic, desire that was mischievous and unmeaning because he had lost his way in these things. "I don't care so very much how long it takes, Peter. I don't care what it costs me," said Joan, getting her role clear at last. "I don't even care, not vitally anyhow, how you wander by the way. No, because you're my man, Peter, and I am your woman, because so it was written in the beginning. But you are coming over those mountains, my Peter, though they may go up to the sky. You are coming through the forest, though I have to make a path for you. You are coming to my arms, Peter, coming to me." So Joan framed her schemes, regardless of the swift approach of the day of battle for Peter. She was resolved to lose nothing by neglect or delay, but also she meant to do nothing precipitate. To begin with, she braced herself to the disagreeable task of really thinking, instead of just feeling, about Hetty. She compared herself deliberately, point by point, with Hetty. Long ago at Pelham Ford she had challenged Hetty, and Peter had come out of the old library in spite of Hetty to watch her dancing. She was younger, she was fresher, and cleaner. She was a ray of sunlight to Hetty's flames. Hetty was good company, perhaps, but Peter and Joan had always been good company for each other, interested in a score of common subjects, able to play the same games and run abreast. But Hetty was easy. There was her strength. Between her and Peter there were no barriers, and between Joan and Peter there was a blank wall, a stern taboo upon the primary among youthful interests, a long habit of aloofness dating from the days when soppy was the ultimate word in the gamut of human scorn. "It's just like that," said Joan. Those barriers had to be broken down, without a shock. And before that problem Joan maintained a frowning, unsuccessful siege. She couldn't begin to flirt with Peter. She couldn't make eyes at him. Such things would be intolerable. She couldn't devise any sort of signal. And so how the devil was this business ever to begin? And while she wrestled vainly with this perplexity, she remained more boyish, more good fellow, and companion with Peter than ever. And while she was still meditating quite fruitlessly on this riddle of changing her relationship to Peter, he was snatched away from her to France. The thing happened quite unexpectedly. He came up to see her at Hampstead late in the afternoon. It was by mere chance she was back early. He was full of pride at being chosen to go so soon. He seemed brightly excited at going, keen for the great adventure, the most lovable and animated of Peters, and he might be going to his death. But it was the convention of time never to think of death, and anyhow never to speak of it. Some engagement held him for the evening, some final farewell spree. She did not ask too particularly what it was. She could guess only too well. Altogether they were about 25 minutes together, with Miss Jepson always in the room with them. For the most part they talked air-shop. And then he prepared to leave, with all her scheming still at loose ends in the air. "Well," he said, "good-bye, old Joan," and held out his hand. "No," said Joan, with a sudden resolution in her eyes. "This time we kiss, Peter." "Well?" said Peter, astonished. She had surprised him. He stared at her for an instant, with a half-framed question in his eyes, and then they kissed, very gravely and carefully. But she kissed him on the mouth. For some seconds solemnity hung about them. Then Peter turned upon Miss Jepson. "Do you want to kiss?" said Peter. Miss Jepson was all for kissing, and then with a laugh and an effect of escape Peter had gone, into the outer world, into the outer air. He flew to France the next day, above the gray and shining stretches of water and two little anxious ships, and he sent Joan a cheerful message on a picture postcard of a shell-smashed church to tell of his safe arrival. Joan was dismayed. In wartime we must not brood on death. One does not think of death if one can help it. It is the chance that wrecks all calculations. But the fear of death had fallen suddenly upon all her plans. And what was there left now of all her plans? She might write him letters. Death is more terrible to a girl in love than to any other living thing. "If he dies," said Joan, "I am killed. I shall be worse than a widow, an Indian girl widow. Suti, what will be left of me but ashes? Some poor dregs of Joan carrying on a bankrupt life. No me." There was nothing for it but to write him letters, and Joan found those letters incredibly difficult to write. All lightness had gone from her touch. After long and tiring days with her car, she sat writing and tearing up and beginning again. It was so difficult to write him now, to be easy in manner and yet insidious. She wanted to seem his old companion, and yet to hint subtly at the new state of things. "There's a dull feeling now you've gone out of England, Peter," she wrote. "I've never had company I cared for in all the world as I care for yours. And I shall count the days to your leave, Peter, as soon as I know how many to count. I didn't guess before that you were a sort of necessity to me. Over such sentences that must have an edge and yet not be too bold, sentences full of tenderness, and above all suspicion of soppiness, Joan pondered like a poet writing a sonnet. But letters went slowly, and life and death hustled along together very swiftly in the days of the Great War. Joan's mind was full of love and life, and the fear of losing them. But Peter was thinking but little of love and life. He was secretly preoccupied with the thought, the forbidden thought, of death, and with the strangeness of war, and of this earth seen from an aeroplane 10,000 feet or so above the old battlefields of mankind. He was seeing the world in plan, and realizing what a flat and shallow thing it was. On clear days the circuit of the world he saw had a circumference of hundreds of miles. Night flying was a journey amidst the stars with the little black planet far away. There was no former achievement of the race that did not seem to him now like a miniature toy set out upon the floor of an untidy nursery. He had beaten up towards the very limits of life and air, to the clear thin air of 22 or 23,000 feet. He had been in the blinding sunlight when everything below was still asleep in the blue of dawn. And the world of history and romance, the world in which he and all his ancestors had believed, a world seen in elevation, of towering frontages, high portals, inaccessible dignities, giddy pinnacles, and frowning reputations, had now fallen as flat, it seemed, as the facade of the Cloth Hall at Ypres. He had seen that one day from above, spread out upon the ground. He was convinced that high above the things of the past he droned his liquid way towards a new sort of life altogether, towards a greater civilization, a world-wide life for men with no boundaries in it at all except the emptiness of outer space, a life of freedom and exaltation and tremendous achievement. But meanwhile the old things of the world were trying most desperately to kill him. Every day the enemy's anti-aircraft guns seemed to grow more accurate, and high above the little fleecy clouds lurked the braggart Markheimer and the gallant von Papen and such-like German champions, with their decoys below, ready to swoop and strike. Never before had the world promised Peter so tremendous a spectacle as it seemed to promise now, and never before had his hope of living to see it been so insecure. When he had enlisted, and even after he had been transferred to the Flying Corps, Peter had thought very little of death. The thought of death only became prevalent in English minds towards the second year of the war. It is a hateful and unnatural thought in youth, easily dismissed altogether unless circumstances press it incessantly upon the attention. But even before Peter went to France, 2 of his set had been killed under his eyes in a collision as they came down into the aerodrome, and a third he had seen 2 miles away get into a spiral nosedive, struggle out of it again, and then go down to be utterly smashed to pieces. In one day on Salisbury Plain he had seen 3 accidents, and 2 he knew had been fatal, and 1 had left a legless thing to crawl through life. The messes in France seemed populous with young ghosts. Reminiscences of spree, talk of flying adventures were laced with, "Dear old boy, he went west last May." Went west was the common phrase. They never said killed. They hated the very name of death. They did their best, these dear gallant boys, to make the end seem an easy and familiar part of life with which they were so joyously in love. They all knew that the dice was loaded against them, and that as the war went on, the chances against them grew. The first day Peter was out in France, he saw a man hit and brought down by a German Archie. 2 days after, he found himself the center of a sudden constellation of woofing shells that left inky cloudbursts over him and under him and round about him. He saw the fabric of his wing jump and quiver, and drop 600 feet or so to shake the gunner off. But woof, 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 like the bark of a monstrous dog, the beast was on him again within a minute, and Peter did 2 or 3 loops and came about and got away with most indecent haste. He was trembling. He hated it, and he hated to tremble. In the mess that evening, the talk ran on the pigeon shooter. It seemed that there was this one German gunner far quicker and more deadly than any of his fellows. He had a knack of divining what an airman was going to do. Peter admitted his near escape and sought counsel. Peter's colleagues watched him narrowly and unostentatiously when they advised him. Their faces were masks, and his face was a mask, and they were keen for the faintest intimation of what was behind it. They all hated death. They tried not to think of death. They all believed that they were paladins, other fellows who never thought of death at all. When the tension got too great, they ragged. They smashed great quantities of furniture and made incredible volumes of noise. Twice Peter got away from the aerodrome to let things rip in Amiens. But such outbreaks were usually followed by a deep depression of spirit. In the night Peter would wake up and find the thought of death sitting beside his bedside. So far, Peter had never had a fight. He had gone over the enemy lines 5 times. He had bombed a troop train in a station and a regiment resting in a village. He believed he had killed a score or more of Germans on each occasion, and he felt not the slightest compunction. But he had not yet come across a fighting Hun plane. He had very grave doubts about the issue of such a fight that was bound to come sooner or later. He knew he was not such a quick pilot as he would like to be. He thought quickly, but he thought rather too much for rapid, steady decisions. He had the balancing, scientific mind. He knew that none of his flights were perfect. Always there was a conflict of intention at some point, a hesitation. He believed he might last for weeks or months, but he knew that somewhen he would be found wanting, just for a second perhaps, just in the turn of the fight. Then he would be killed. He hid quite successfully from all his companions, and particularly from his squadron commander. This conviction, just as he had previously hidden the vague funk that had invariably invaded his being whenever he walked across the grounds towards the machine during his days of instruction. But at the back of his mind, the thought that his time was limited was always present. He believed that he had to die. It might be tomorrow, or next week, or next month, but somewhen within the year. When these convictions became uppermost in Peter's mind, a black discontent possessed him. There are no such bitter critics of life as the young. Theirs is a magnificent greed for the splendor of life. They have no patience with delays. Their blunders and failures are intolerable. Peter reviewed his 22 years. It was now nearly 23, with an intense dissatisfaction. He had wasted his time, and now he had got into a narrow way that led down and down piteously to where there would be no more time to waste. He had been aimless, and the world had been aimless, and then it had suddenly turned upon him and caught him in this lobster trap. He had wasted all his chances of great experience. He had never loved a woman, or had been well loved because he had frittered away that possibility in a hateful sex excitement with Hetty, who did not even pretend to be faithful to him. And now things had got into this spin to death. It was exactly like a spin, like a spinning nosedive, the whole affair, his life, this war. He would lie and fret in his bed, and fret all the more because he knew his wakefulness wasted the precious nervous vigor that might save his life next day. After a black draught of such thoughts, Peter would become excessively noisy and facetious in the mess tent. He was recognized and applauded as a wit and as a devil. He was really very good at limericks, delicately indelicate, upon the names of his fellow officers and of the villages along the front. That was no doubt heredity, the gift of his Aunt Phyllis, and his characters adorned the mess. It was also understood that he was a rake. Peter's evil anticipations were only too well justified. He was put down in his very first fight, which happened over Dampierre. He had bad luck. He was struck by von Papen, one of the crack German flyers on that part of the front. He was up at 10,000 feet or so, more or less covering a low-flying photographer, when he saw a German machine coming over half a mile perhaps or more away, as though it were looking for trouble. Peter knew he might funk a fight, and to escape that moral disaster headed straight down for the German, who dropped and made off southward. Peter, rejoicing at this flight, pursued his eyes upon the quarry. Then from out of the sun came von Papen, swiftly and unsuspected, upon Peter's tail, and announced his presence by a whiff of bullets. Peter glanced over his shoulder to discover that he was caught. "Oh, damn!" Peter cried, and ducked his head, and felt himself stung at the shoulder and wrist. Splinters were flying about him. He tried a side-slip, and as he did so, he had an instant's vision of yet another machine, a Frenchman this time, falling like a bolt out of the blue upon his assailant. The biter was bit. Peter tried to come round and help, but he turned right over sideways and dropped, and suddenly found himself with the second Hun plane coming up right ahead of him. Peter blazed away, but God, how his wrist hurt him. He cursed life and death. He blazed away with his machine going over more and more, and the landscape rushing up over his head, and then getting in front of him and circling round. For some seconds he did not know what was up and what was down. He continued to fire, firing earthward for a long second or so, after a second enemy had disappeared from his vision. The world was spinning round faster and faster, and everything was moving away outward faster and faster, as if it was all hastening to get out of his way. This surely was a spinning nosedive, the spinning nosedive from within, round and round, confusing and giddy, just as he had seen poor old Gordon go down. But one didn't feel at all, as Peter had supposed one must feel, like an egg in an egg whisk. Down spun the aeroplane, as a maple fruit in autumn spins to the ground. Then this still living thing that had been Peter, all bloody and broken, made a last supreme effort, and his luck seconded his effort. The spin grew slower and flatter. Control of this lurching, eddying aeroplane seemed to come back, escaped again, mocked him. The ground was very near. Now! The sky swung up over the whirling propeller again and stayed above it, and again the machine obeyed a reasonable soul. He was out of it, out of a nosedive, yes, steady. It is so easy when one's head is whirling to get back into a spin again. Steady. He talked to himself. Oh, good Peter, good Peter, clever Peter, wonderful Mr. Toad, stick it, stick it. But what a queer right hand it was. It was covered with blood, and it crumpled up in the middle when he clenched it. Never mind. He was in the lowest story of the air. The Hun and the Frenchman up there were in another world. Down below, quite close, not 500 feet now, were field greys running and shooting at him. They were counting their chicken before he was hatched. No, smashed. He wasn't done yet, not by any manner of means. A wave of great cheerfulness and confidence buoyed up Peter. He felt equal to any enterprise. Should he drop and let the bawling Boche have a round or so? And there was a Hun machine smashed upside down on the ground. Was that the second fellow? Flick! A bullet! Wiser counsels came to Peter. This was no place for a sick and giddy man with a smashed and bleeding wrist. He must get away. Up. Which way was west? West? The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. But where had the sun got to? It was hidden by his wing. Shadows. The shadows would be pointing northeast. That was the tip. Up. There were Boche trenches. No, Boche reserve trenches. Going west. Going west. Rip. Snap. Bullet through the wing, and a wire flickering about. He ducked his head. He put the machine up steeply to perhaps 1,000 feet. He had an extraordinary feeling that he and the machine were growing and swelling, that they were getting bigger and bigger, and the sky and the world and everything else smaller. At last he was a monstrous man in a vast aeroplane in the tiniest of universes. He was as great as God. That wrist, and this blood, and great glowing spots of blood that made one's sight indistinct. He coughed and felt his mouth full of blood, and spat it out and retched. Then, in an instant, he was a little thing again, and the sky and the world were immense. He had a lucid interval. One ought to go up and help that Frenchman. Where were they fighting? Up, anyhow. This must be no man's land. That crumpled little thing was a dead body, surely. Barbed wire. More barbed wire. The engine was missing. Ugh, that fairly put the lid on. Peter was already asleep and dreaming. The great blood spots had returned and increased, but now they were getting black. They were black, huge black blotches. They blotted out the world. Peter as we have known him, discontinued existence. It was an automation, aided by good luck, that dropped his machine 1/2 mile behind the French trenches. Peter had no memory of coming to again from his faint. For a long time he must have continued to be purely automatic. His flaming wrist was the center of his being. Then for a time consciousness resumed, as abruptly as the thread of a story one finds upon the torn page of a novel. He found himself in the midst of a friendly group of pale blue uniforms. He was standing up and being very lively in spite of the strong taste of blood in his mouth and a feeling that his wrist was burning as a match burns, and that the upper half of his body had been changed into a lump of raw and bleeding meat. He was talking a sort of French. C'est sacre bon stuff. C'est eau de vie français, he was saying gaily and rather loudly. Have some more, said a friendly voice. Not half, old chap, said Peter, and felt at the time that this was not really good French. He tried to slap the man on the shoulder, but he couldn't. Bon, he said, as we say in England, and felt that remark also failed. Someone protested softly against his being given more brandy. Then this clear fragment ended again. There was a kind of dream of rather rough but efficient surgery upon a shoulder and arm that was quite probably his own, and some genially amiable conversation. There was a very nice Frenchman with a black beard and soft eyes, who wore a long white overall, and seemed to be looking after him as tenderly as a woman could do. But with these things mingled the matter of delirium. At one time the Kaiser prevailed in Peter's mind, a large, foolish, pompous person with waxed mustaches and distraught eyes, who crawled up to Peter over immense piles of white and gray and green rotting corpses, and began gnawing at his shoulder almost absent-mindedly. Peter struggled and protested. What business had this beastly German to come interfering with Peter's life? He started a vast argument about that, in which all sorts of people, including the nice-looking Frenchman in the white overall, took part. Peter was now making a formal complaint about the conduct of the universe. No, he insisted time after time, I will not deal with subordinates. I insist on seeing the head. And so at last he found himself in the presence of the Lord God. But Peter's vision of the Lord God was the most delirious thing of all. He imagined him in an office, a little office in a vast building, and so out of the way that people had to ask each other which was the passage and which the staircase. Old men stood and argued at corners with Peter's girl guide whether it was this way or that. People were being shown over the building by a girl guides. It was very like the London War Office, only more so. There were great numbers of visitors, and they all seemed to be in a considerable hurry and distress, and most of them were looking for the Lord God to lodge a complaint and demand an explanation, just as Peter was. For a time, all the visitors became wounded men, and nurses mixed up with girl guides, and Peter was being carried through fresh air to an ambulance train. His shoulder and wrist were very painful and singing, as if it were, a throbbing duet together. For a time Peter did seem to see the Lord God. He was in his office, a little brown, rather tired-looking man in a kepi, and Peter was on a stretcher, and the Lord God or someone near him was saying, "Quel numero?" But that passed away, and Peter was again conducting his exploration of the corridors with a girl guide who was sometimes like Joan and sometimes like Hetty, and then there was a queer disposition to loiter in the passages. For a time he sat in dishabille, while Hetty tried to explain God. Dreams crossed the scent of dreams. Then it seemed to Peter's fevered brain that he was sitting, and had been sitting for a long time, in the little office of the Lord God of heaven and earth. And the Lord God had the likeness of a lean, tired, intelligent-looking oldish man with an air of futile friendliness, masking a fundamental indifference. "My dear sir," the Lord God was saying, "do please put that cushion behind your poor shoulder. I can't bear to see you so uncomfortable. And tell me everything. Everything." The office was the dingiest and untidiest little office it was possible to imagine. The desk at which God sat was in a terrible litter. On a side table were some grubby test tubes and bottles at which the Lord God had been apparently trying over a new element. The windows had not been cleaned for ages. They were dark with spiders' webs. They crawled with a buzzing nightmare of horrible and unmeaning life. It was a most unbusinesslike office. There were no proper files, no card indexes. Bundles of dusty papers were thrust into open fixtures. Papers littered the floors, and there were brass-handled drawers. Peter looked again, and blood was oozing from these drawers, and little cries came out of them. He glanced quickly at God, and God was looking at him. "But did you really make this world?" he asked. "I thought I did," said God. "But why did you do it? Why?" "Ah, there you have me," said the Lord God with bonhomie. "But why don't you exert yourself?" said Peter, hammering at the desk with his sound hand. "Why don't you exert yourself?" Could delirium have ever invented a more monstrous conception than this of Peter hammering on an untidy desk amidst old pen nibs, bits of sealing wax, half-sheets of note-paper, returns of nature's waste, sample bones of projected animals, mineral samples, dirty little test tubes, and the like, and lecturing the Almighty upon the dreadful confusion into which the world had fallen. Here was I, sir, and millions like me, with a clear promise of life and freedom. And what are we now? Bruises, red bones, dead bodies. This German Kaiser fellow, an ass, sir, a perfect ass, gnawing a great hole in my shoulder. He and his son stuffing themselves with a blutwurst made of all our lives and happiness. What does it mean, sir? Has it gone entirely out of your control? And it isn't as if the whole thing was ridiculous, sir. It isn't. In some ways, it's an extraordinarily fine world. One has to admit that. That is why it is all so distressing, so unendurably distressing. I don't in the least want to leave it. You admit that it's fine, in places, said the Lord God, as if he valued the admission. But the management, sir, the management, yours ultimately, don't you realize, sir? I had the greatest trouble in finding you. Half the messengers don't know where this den of yours is. It's forgotten, practically forgotten. The head office. And now I'm here, and I can tell you everything is going to rack and ruin, driving straight to an absolute and final smash and break-up. As bad as that, said the Lord God? It's the appalling waste, Peter continued, the waste of material, the waste of us, the waste of everything. A sort of splendor in it, there is, touches of real genius about it. That I would be the last to deny. But that only increases the bitterness of the disorder. It's a good enough world to lament. It's a good enough life to resent having to lose it. There's some lovely things in it, sir. Courage, endurance, and oh, many beautiful things. But when one gets here, when one begins to ask for you, and hunt about for you, and finds this model, sir, then one begins to understand. Look at this room. Consider it as a general manager's room. No decency, no order. Everywhere the dust of ages, muck, indescribable bacteria. And that was a cobweb across the grimy window pane in which a freshly entangled blue-bottled fly was buzzing fussily. That ought not to be here at all, said Peter. It really ought to not exist at all. Why does it? Look at that beastly spider in the corner. Why do you suffer all these cruel and unclean things? You don't like it? Said the Lord God, without any sign of either apology or explanation. No, said Peter. Then change it, said the Lord God, nodding his head, as who should say, got you there. But how are we going to change it? If you have no will to change it, you have no right to criticize it, said the Lord God, leaning back with the wariness of one who has had to argue with each generation from Job onward. Precisely the same objections and precisely the same arguments. After all, said the Lord God, giving Peter no time to speak further, after all, you are 23, Mr. Peter Stubland, and you've been pretty busy complaining of me and everything between me and you, your masters, pastors, teachers, and so forth, for the last half-dozen years. Meanwhile, is your own record good? Positive achievements, forgive me, are still to seek? You've been pretty near drunk several times. You've soiled yourself with a lot of very cheap and greedy love-making. I gave you something beautiful there, anyhow, and you knew that while you spoilt it. You've been a vigorous member of the consuming class. And really, you've got nothing clear and planned. Nothing at all. You complain of my lack of order. Where's the order in your own mind? If I was the hot-tempered old autocrat some of you people pretend I am, I should have been tickling you up with a thunderbolt long ago. But I happen to have this democratic fad as badly as anyone. Free will is what they used to call it. And so I leave you to work out your own salvation. And if I leave you alone, then I have to leave that other Mr. Toad at Potsdam alone. He tries me, I admit it, almost to the miracle pitch at some times with the tone of his everlasting prepaid telegrams. But one has to be fair. What is sauce for the goose is sauce for the Kaiser. I've got to leave you all alone if I leave one alone. Don't you see that? In spite of the mess you are in. So don't blame me. Don't blame me. There isn't a thing in the whole of this concern of mine that man can't control if only he chooses to control it. It's arranged like that. There's a lot more system here than you suspect, only it's too ingenious for you to see. It's yours to command. If you want a card index for the world, well, get a card index. I won't prevent you. If you don't like my spiders, kill my spiders. I'm not conceited about them. If you don't like the Kaiser, hang him. Assassinate him. Why don't you abolish kings? You could. But it was your sort, with your cheap and quick efficiency schemes, who set up Saul, in spite of my protests, ages ago. Humanity either makes or breeds or tolerates all its own afflictions, great and small. Not my doing. Take kings and courts. Take dung heaps and flies. It's astonishing you people haven't killed off all the flies in the world long ago. They do no end of mischief, and it would be perfectly easy to do. They're purely educational. Purely. Even as you lie in hospital, there they are, buzzing within an inch of your nose and landing on your poor forehead to remind you of what a properly organized humanity could do for its own comfort. But there's men in this world who want me to act as flypaper, simply because they are too lazy to get one for themselves. My dear Mr. Peter, if people haven't taught you properly, teach yourself. If they don't know enough, find out. It's all here. All here. He made a comprehensive gesture. I'm not mocking you. You're not mocking me? Said Peter keenly. It depends upon you, said the Lord God with an enigmatic smile. You asked me why I didn't exert myself. Well, why don't you exert yourself? Why don't you exert yourself? The Lord God repeated almost rudely, driving it home. That pillow under your shoulder still isn't comfortable, said the Lord God, breaking off. The buzzing of the entangled fly changed to the drone of a passing aeroplane, and the dingy office expanded into a hospital ward. Someone was adjusting Peter's pillows. If his shoulder blade was to mend, Peter could not be moved, and for a time he remained in the French hospital in a long, airy room that was full mostly with flying men like himself. At first he could not talk very much, but later he had made some friends. He was himself very immobile, but other men came and sat by him to talk. He talked chiefly to two Americans, who were serving at that time in the French Flying Corps. He found it much easier to talk English than French in his exhausted state, for though both he and Joan spoke French far above the average public school level, he found that now it came with an effort. It was as if his mind had for a time been pared down to its essentials. These Americans amused and interested him tremendously. He had met hardly any Americans before so as to talk to them at all intimately, but they suffered from an inhibition of French perhaps more permanent than his own, and so the three were thrown into an unlimited intimacy of conversation. At first he found these Americans rather fatiguing, and then he found them very refreshing because of their explicitness of mind. Except when they broke into frothy rapids of slang, they were never elusive. In serious talk, they said everything. They laid a firm foundation for all their assertions. That is the last thing an Englishman does. They talked of the war, and of the prospect of America coming into the war, and of England and America, and again of the war, and of the French, and of the French and Americans, and of the war, and of Taft's League to enforce peace, and the true character of Wilson and Teddy, and of the war, and of Sam Hughes, and Hughes the Australian, and whether every country has the Hughes it deserves, and of the war, and of going to England after the war, and of Stratford on Avon, and Chester and Windsor, and of the peculiarities of the English people. Their ideas of England, Peter discovered, were strange and picturesque. They believed all Englishmen lived in a glow of personal loyalty to the monarch, and were amazed to learn that Peter's sentiments were republican, and they thought that every Englishman dearly loved a lord. "We think that of Americans," said Peter. "That's our politeness," said they in a chorus, and started a train of profound discoveries in international relationships in Peter's mind. The ideas of every country about every country are necessarily a little stale. What England is, what England thinks, and what England is becoming isn't on record. What is on record is the England of the 80s and 90s. "Now that's very true," said the nearer American, "and you can apply it right away, with 100% or so added, to all your ideas of America." As a consequence, both sides in this leisurely discussion found how widely they had been out in their ideas about each other. Peter discovered America as not nearly so commercial and individualistic as he had supposed. He had been altogether ignorant of the increasing part of the universities were playing in her affairs. The Americans were equally edified to find that the rampant imperialism of Cecil Rhodes and his group no longer ruled the British imagination. "If things are so," said the diplomatist in the nearer bed, "then I seem to see a lot more coming together between us than I've ever been disposed to think possible before. If you British aren't so keen over this king business—" "Keen," said Peter. "If you don't hold you are it and unapproachable in the way of empires—" "The empire is yours for the asking," said Peter. "Then all there is between us is the Atlantic, and that grows narrower every year. We're the same people." "So long as we have the same languages and literature," said Peter. From these talks onward, Peter may be regarded as having a foreign policy of his own. And it was in this hospital that Peter first clearly decided to become personally responsible for the reconstruction of the British Empire. This decision was precipitated by the sudden reappearance in his world of Mir Jalaluddin, the Indian whom he had once thought unsuitable company for Joan. Peter had been dozing when Jalaluddin appeared. He found him sitting beside the bed, and stared at the neat and smiling brown face, unable to place him, and still less able to account for the uniform he was wearing. For Jalaluddin was wearing the uniform of the French aviator, and across his breast he wore 4 palms. "I had the pleasure of knowing you at Cambridge," said Mir Jalaluddin in his Indian staccato. "Shamed, I was of use to you." An explanatory Frenchman standing beside the Indian dabbed his finger on the last of Jalaluddin's decorations. "He killed von Papen after your crash," said the Frenchman. "You were that Frenchman?" said Peter. "In your fight," said Mir Jalaluddin. "He'd have finished me," said Peter. "I finished him," said the Indian, laughing with sheer happiness and showing his beautiful teeth. Peter contemplated the situation. He made a movement and was reminded of his bandages. "I wish I could shake hands," he said. The Indian smiled with a phantom malice in his smile. Peter went bluntly to a question that had arisen in his mind. "Why aren't you in khaki?" he asked. "The British government objects to Indian flyers," said Mir Jalaluddin. "I tried, but British government thinks flying is beyond us, and bad for prestige. Prestige very important thing to British government, so I came to France." Peter continued to digest the situation. "Of course," said Jalaluddin, "no commissions given in regular army to Indians. British soldiers not allowed to salute Indian officers, not part of the great white race. Otherwise hundreds of flyers could come from India, hundreds and hundreds. We play cricket, good horsemen. Many Indian gentlemen must be first-rate flying stuff, but government says no." He continued to smile more cheerfully than ever. "Hundreds of juvenile Indians ready and willing to be killed for your empire." He rubbed it in. "But no thank you. Indo-European people we are, Aryans, more consanguineous than Jews or Japanese, ready to take our places beside you. Well, anyhow, I rejoice to see that you are recovering to entire satisfaction. It was only when I descended after the fight that I perceived that it was you, and it seemed to me then that you were very seriously injured. I was anxious. and memories of other days. I felt I must see you." Peter and the young Indian looked at one another. "Look here, Jalaluddin," he said, "I must apologize." "But why?" "As part of the British Empire." "No, don't interrupt. I do. But, I say, do we really bar you? Absolutely?" "Absolutely. Not only from the Air Force, but from any commission at all. The lowest little bazaar clerk from Chatham who has got a commission is over our Indian officers, over our princes. It is an everlasting humiliation, necessary for prestige. The French have more sense, anyhow. They take us on our merits. If I had a British commission," said Jalaluddin, "I should be made very uncomfortable. It is the way with British officers and gentlemen. The French are not so particular." "At present," said Peter, "I can't be moved. You improve. But when I get up, this is one of the things I have to see to. You see, Jalaluddin, this empire of ours, yours and mine, has got into the hands of a gang of gory old fools. Partly my negligence, as God said." "God?" said Jalaluddin. "Oh, nothing. I meant we young men haven't been given a proper grasp of the Indian situation, or any situation. No. This business of the commissions, after all that you fellows have done here in France, it's disgraceful. You see, we don't see or learn anything about India, even at Cambridge." "You didn't see much of us there," smiled the Indian. "I'm sorry," said Peter. "I didn't come to talk about this," said Jalaluddin. "It came out." "I'm glad it came out," said Peter. A pause. "I mustn't tire you," said Mir Jalaluddin, and rose to go. Peter thanked him for coming. "And your charming sister?" asked the Indian, as if by an afterthought. "Foster sister. She drives a big car about in London," said Peter. Peter meditated profoundly upon that interview for some days. Then he tried over the opinions of the Americans about India. But Americans are of little help to the British about India. Their simple, uncriticized color prejudice covers all Asiatics except the inhabitants of Siberia. They had a more than English ignorance of ethnology, and Oswald had at least imparted some fragments of that important science into his ward. Their working classification of mankind was into Anglo-Saxons, Frenchmen, Sheenies, Irishmen, Dutchmen, Dagoes, Chinks, colored people, and black niggers. They esteemed Mir Jalaluddin a colored person. Peter had to fall back upon himself again. End of section 33. Section 34 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daniel Titus. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Joan and Peter Graduate, Part 4. It contributed to the thoroughness of Peter's thinking that it was some time before he could be put into a position to read comfortably, and it has to be recorded in the teeth of the dictates of sentiments and the most sacred traditions of romance that the role played by both Joan and Hetty in these meditations was secondary and incidental. It was an attenuated and abstract Peter who lay in the French hospital. His chief link of sense with life was a growing hunger. He thought very much about fate, pain, the nature of things, and God, and very little about persons and personal incidents. And so strong an effect had his dream that God remained fixed steadfastly in his mind as that same intellectual non-interventionist whom he had visited in the fly-blown office. But about God's rankling repartee, "Why don't you exert yourself?" there was accumulating a new conception, the conception of man taking hold of the world, unassisted by God, but with the acquiescence of God, and in fulfillment of some remote, incomprehensible planning on the part of God. Probably Peter, in thinking this, was following one of the most ancient and well-beaten of speculative paths. But it had seemed to him that it was a new way of thinking, and he was man, and it was he who had to establish justice in the earth, achieve unity, and rule first the world and then the stars. He lay staring at the ceiling, and quite happy now that healing and habituation had freed him from positive pain, thinking out how he was to release and cooperate with his India, which had invariably the face of mere Jalaluddin, how he was to reunite himself with his brothers in America, and how the walls and divisions of mankind, which look so high and invincible upon the ground, and so trivial from 12,000 feet above, were to be subdued to such greater ends. It was only as the blood corpuscles multiplied inside him that Peter ceased to be constantly man, contemplating his destiny and races and empires, and for more and more hours in the day shrank to the dimensions and natural warmth of Mr. Peter Stubland, contemplating convalescence in Blighty. He became eager first for the dear old indulgent and welcoming house at Pelham Ford, and then for prowls and walks and gossip with Joan and Oswald, and then for London and a little fun. Life was ebbing back into what is understood to be the lowest nature, and was certainly the most intimate and distinctive substance of Mr. Peter Stubland. His correspondence became of very great interest to him. Certain letters from Joan, faint but pursuing, had reached him, those letters over which Joan had sat like a sonneteer. He read them and warmed to them. He thought what luck it was he had a Joan to be the best of sisters to him, to be even more than a sister. She was the best friend he had, and it was jolly to read so plainly that he was her best friend. He would like to do work with Joan better than with any man he knew. Driving a car wasn't half good enough for her. Some day he'd be able to show her how to fly, and he would. It would be great fun going up with Joan on a double control and letting her take over. There must be girls in the world who would fly as well as any man or better. He scribbled these ideas in his first letter to Joan, and they pleased her mightily. To fly with Peter would surely be to fly straight to heaven. And mixed up with Joan's letters were others that he presently sorted out from hers and put apart, as though even letters might hold inconvenient communion. For the most part they came from Hetty Reinhardt, and displayed the emotions of a consciously delicious female enamored and enslaved by one of the heroes of the air. She had dreamt of him coming in through the skylight of her studio, Lord Cupid visiting his poor little Psyche. But it was only the moonlight, and she thought of him now always with great overshadowing wings. Sometimes there were great white wings that beat above her, and sometimes there were thrillingly soft and exquisite wings, like the wings of people in Peter Wilkins. She sent him a copy of Peter Wilkins, book beloved by Poe and all readers of the fantastic. Then came the news of his smash. She had been clever enough to link it with the death of von Papen, the Hun matador. Was that your fight, dear Peterkins? Did you begin on Goliath? As the cordials of recovery raced through Peter's veins, there were phases when he thought of visiting the yielding fair. Jove-like and triumphant in winged glory, became not simply attractive, but insistent. But he wrote to Hetty modestly, "They've clipped one wing forever." And so, in a quite artless and inevitable way, Peter found his first leave, when the British hospital had done with him, mortgaged up to the hilt almost equally to dear friend Joan and to Cleopatra Hetty. The young man only realized the duplicity of his nature and the complications of his position as the hospital boat beat its homeward way across the channel. The night was smooth and fine with a high full moon, which somehow suggested Hetty, and with a cloud scheme of great beauty and distinction that had about it a flavor of Joan. And as he meditated upon these complications that had been happening in his more personal life, while his attention had been still largely occupied with divinity and politics, he was hailed by an unfamiliar voice and addressed as Simon Peter. "Excuse me," said the young stout officer, tucked up warmly upon the next deck chair between a pair of crutches, "but aren't you Simon Peter?" Peter had heard that name somewhere before. "My name's Stubland," he said. "Ah, Stubland, I forgot your surname. Of High Cross School?" Peter peered and saw a round, fair face that slowly recalled memories. "Wait a moment," said Peter. "Ames?" "Guessed it in one. Probyn and I were chums." "What have you got?" said Peter. "Leg below the knee off, damn it," said Ames. "1 month at the front. Not much of a career. But they say they do you a leg now better than reality. But I'd like to have batted the pants of the unspeakable Hun a bit more before I retired. What have you got?" "Wrist chiefly and shoulder blade. Air fight. After 6 weeks. Does you out?" "For flying, I'm afraid. But there's lots of ground jobs. And anyhow, home's pleasant." "Yes," said Ames, "home's pleasant. But I'd like to have got a scalp of some sort. Doubt if I killed a single Hun. D'you remember Probyn at school? A dark chap." Peter found he still hated Probyn. "I remember him," he said. "He's killed. He got the MM and the VC. He wouldn't take a commission. He was sergeant major in my battalion. I just saw him, but I've heard about him since. His men worshipped him. Queer how men come out in a new light in this war." "How was he killed?" asked Peter. "In a raid. He was with a bombing party, and 3 men straggled up a sap and got cornered. He'd taken 2 machine guns, and they'd used most of the bombs, and his officer was knocked out. So he sent the rest of his party back with the stuff and went to fetch his other men. 1 had been hit, and the other 2 were thinking of surrendering when he came back to them. He stood right up on the parados, they say, and slung bombs at the Germans, a whole crowd of them, until they went back. His 2 chaps got the wounded man out and carried him back and left him still slinging bombs. He'd do that. He'd stand right up and bung bombs at them until they seemed to lose their heads. Then he seems to have spotted that this particular bunch of Germans had gone back into a sort of blind alley. He was very quick at spotting a situation, and he followed them up, and the sheer blank recklessness of it seems to have put their wind-up absolutely. They'd got bombs, and there was an officer with them, but they'd held up their hands, 9 of them. Panic. He got them right across to our trenches before the searchlights found him, and the Germans got him and 2 of their own chaps with a machine gun. That was just the last thing he did. He'd been going about 4 months doing stunts like that, sort of charmed life business. The way he slung bombs, they say, amounted to genius. They say he'd let his hair grow long. Perfect gollywog. When I saw him, it certainly was long, but he'd got it plastered down. And there's a story that he used to put white on his face like a clown, with a great red mouth reaching from ear to ear. Yes, painted on. It's put the Huns' wind-up something frightful. Coming suddenly on a chap like that in the glare of a searchlight or a flare. "Queer end," said Peter. "Queer chap altogether," said Ames. He thought for a time, and then went on to philosophize about Probyn. "Clever chap he was," said Ames, "but an absolute failure. Of course, old High Cross wasn't anything very much in the way of a school, but whatever there was to be learnt, there he learnt. He was the only one of us who ever got a hold of speaking French. I heard him over there, regular fluent, and he'd got a memory like an encyclopedia. I always said he'd do wonders." Ames paused. "Sex was his downfall," said Ames. "I saw a lot of him altogether, off and on, right up till the time of the war," said Ames. "My people are furniture people, you know, in Tottenham Court Road, and his were in the public-house fitting line in Highbury. We went about together. I saw him make 3 or 4 good starts, but there was always some trouble. I suppose most of us were a bit, keen on sex, most of us young men, but he was ravenous, even at school, always on it, always thinking about it. I could tell you stories of him. Rum place that old school was, come to think of it. They left us about too much. I don't know how far you... Of course you were about the most innocent thing that ever came to High Cross School, said Ames. Yes, said Peter, I suppose I was. Curious how it gnaws at you once it's set going, said Ames. Peter made a noise that might have been assent. Ames remained thinking for a time, watching the swish and surge of the Black Channel waters. Peter pursued their common topic in silence. What's the sense of it, said Ames, plunging toward philosophy. It's the system on which life goes on this planet, Peter contributed. But Ames had not a biological training, and was unprepared to take that up. Too much of it, said Ames. Oversexed, said Peter. Whether one ought to hold oneself in or let oneself go, said Ames. But perhaps these things don't bother you. Peter wasn't disposed towards confidences with Ames. I'm moderate in all things, he said. Lucky chap. I've worried about this business no end. One doesn't want to use up all one's life like a blessed monkey. There are other things in life. If only this everlasting want a girl, want a woman would let one get at them. His voice at Peter's shoulder ceased for a while, and then resumed. It's the best chaps, seems to me, who get it worst. Chaps with imaginations. I mean men of vitality. Take old Probyn. He could have done anything. Anything. And he was eaten up, like a fever. Ames went down into a black silence for a couple of minutes or more, and came up with an astonishing resolution. I shall marry, he said. Got the lady? Asked Peter. Near enough, said Ames darkly. St. Paul's method, said Peter. I was talking to a fellow the other day, said Ames. He'd got a curious idea. Something in it, perhaps. He said that every one was clean-minded and romantic. That's how he put it. About 16 or 17. Even if you've been a bit dirty as a schoolboy, you sort of clean up then. Adolescence, in fact. And he said you ought to fall in love and pair off then. Kind of a Romeo and Juliet business. First love and all that. Juliet wasn't exactly Romeo's first love, said Peter. Young beggar, said Ames. But anyhow, that was only by way of illustration. His idea was that we'd sort of put off marriage and all that sort of thing later and later. 28, 30, 35 even. And that put us wrong. We'd kind of curdled and fermented. Spoilt with keeping. Larked about with girls we didn't care for. Demiurge stunts and all that. Got promiscuous. Let anything do. His idea was you've got to pair off with a girl and look after her. And she look after you. And keep faith. And stop all stray mucking about. Settle down to a healthy sexual peace, he said. Ames paused. Something in it? Ever read the life of Lord Herbert of Cherbury? Asked Peter. Never. He'd worked out that theory quite successfully. Married before he went up to Oxford. There's a lot in it. Sex, delayed, fretting, overflowing, getting experimental and nasty. But that doesn't exhaust the question. The old experimenter sits there. What experimenter? The chap who started it all. There's no way yet of fitting it up perfectly. We've got to make it fit. Peter was so interested that he forgot his aversion to confiding in Ames. The subject carried on. Any healthy young man, Peter generalized, could be happy and contented with any pretty girl, so far as love-making goes. It doesn't strike you as a particularly recondite art, eh? But you've got to be in love with each other generally. That's more difficult. You've got to talk together and go about together, in a complicated, artificial world. The sort of woman it's easy and pleasant to make love to, may not be the sort of woman you really think splendid. It's easier to make love to a woman you don't particularly respect, who's good fun and all that, which is just the reason why you wouldn't be tied up with her forever. No. So we worship the angels and marry the flappers, said Ames. I shan't do that anyhow. The fact is, one needs a kind of motherliness in a woman. By making love too serious, we've made it not serious enough, said Peter with his oracular profundity. And then, in reaction, oh, I don't know. I don't know, said Ames, which doesn't in the least absolve us from the necessity of going on living right away. I shall marry, said Ames in a tone of unalterable resolve. They lapsed into self-centered meditations. Why, there's the coast, said Ames suddenly. Quite close, too. Dark. Do you remember before the war how the lights of Folkestone used to run along the top of there like a necklace of fire? The powers that were set over Peter's life played fast and loose with him in the matter of leave. They treated him at first as though he were a rare and precious hero who had to be saved from his friends. They put him to mend at Broadstairs, and while he was at Broadstairs he had 3 visits from Hetty, whose days were free, and only one hasty Sunday glimpse of Joan, who was in much demand at the Ministry of Munitions. And Oswald could not come to see him, because Oswald himself was a casualty mending slowly at Pelham Ford. Hetty and Joan and returning health fired the mind of Peter with great expectations of the leave that was to come. These expectations were, so to speak, painted in panels, forgetful of the plain fact that a Joan who was not available at Broadstairs would also not be available at Pelham Ford. The panels devoted to the latter place invariably included Joan as a principal figure. They represented leave as a glorious escape from war, to the space, the sunshine, the endlessness of such a summer vacation as only schoolboys know. He would be climbing trees with Joan, mucking about in the boats with Joan, lying on the lawn just on the edge of the cedar shadow with Joan, nibbling on stems of grass. The London scenes were narrower and more intense. He wanted the glitter and fun of lunching in the Carlton Grill Room or dining at the Criterion in the company of a tremendous hat and transparent lace. And there were scenes in Hetty's studio. Quite a lot of fantastic and elemental scenes in Hetty's studio. But the Germans have wiped those days of limitless leisure out of the life of mankind. Even our schoolboys stay up in their holidays now to make munitions. Peter had scarcely clambered past the approval of a medical board before active service snatched him again. He was wanted urgently. Peter was no good as a pilot any more, it was true. His right wrist was doomed to be stiff and weak henceforth, and there were queer little limitations upon the swing of his arms. But the powers had suddenly discovered other uses for him. There was more of Peter still left than they had assumed at first. For one particular job, indeed, he was just the man they needed. They docked him a wing, it seemed in mockery of the state of his arm, and replaced the 2 wings that had adorned him by one attached to the letter O, and they marked him down to join balloons at the earliest possible moment, for just then they were developing kite balloons very fast for artillery observation, and were eager for any available men. Peter was slung out into freedom for 21 days, and then told to report himself for special instruction in the new work at Richmond Park. 21 days. He had never been so inordinately greedy for life, free to live and go as you please, and all his days before. Something must happen, he was resolved, something bright and intense on every one of those days. He snatched at both sides of life. He went down to Pelham Ford, but he had a little list of engagements in town in his pocket. Joan was not down there, and never before had he realized how tremendously absent Joan could be. And then, at the week-end, she couldn't come. There were French and British G.H.Q. bigwigs to take down to some experiments in Sussex. But she couldn't even explain that. She had to send a telegram at the 11th hour. Weekend impossible. To Peter, that seemed to be the most brutally offhand evasion in the world. Peter was disappointed in Pelham Ford. It was altogether different from those hospital dreams. Even the weather, to begin with, was chilly and unsettled. Oswald had had a setback with his knee, and had to keep his leg up on a deck chair. He could only limp about on crutches. He seemed older and more distant from Peter than he had ever been before. Peter was obsessed by the idea that he ought to be treated with solitude, and a further gap was opened between them by Peter's subaltern habit of saying "sir" instead of the old familiar Nobby. Peter sat beside the deck chair through long and friendly but very impatient hours, and he talked all the flying shop he could, and Oswald talked of his Africans, and they went over the war and newspapers again and again, and they reverted to Africa and flying shop, and presently they sat through several silences, and at the end of one of them Oswald inquired, "Have you ever played chess, Peter? Or piquet?" Now chess and piquet are very good pastimes in their way, but not good enough for the precious afternoons of a very animated and greedy young man, keenly aware that they are probably his last holiday afternoons on earth. Sentiment requires that Peter should have gone to London and devoted himself to adorning the marginal freedom of Joan's days. He did do this once. He took her out to dinner at Jewel's in Jermyn Street. He did her well there, but she was a very tired Joan that day. She had driven a good 150 miles, and to tell the truth, in those days Peter did not like Joan, and she did not like herself in London, and more especially in smart London restaurants. They sat a little aloof from one another, and about them all the young couples warmed to another and smiled. She jarred with this atmosphere of meretricious ease and indulgence. She had no time to get back to Hampstead and change. She was at a disadvantage in her uniform. It became a hair shirt, a Nessus shirt, as the evening proceeded. It emphasized the barrier of seriousness between them cruelly. She was a policeman, a prig, the harshest thing in life. All those pretty little coquettes and flirts with their soft brightness and adornments must be glancing at her coarse, unrevealing garments and noting for the fool she was. She felt ugly and ungainly. She was far too much tormented by love to handle herself well. She could get no swing and forgetfulness into the talk. And about Peter, too, was a reproach for her. He talked of work and the war as if in irony, and his eyes wandered. Naturally, his eyes wandered. "Good night, old Peter," she said when they parted. She lay awake for 2 hours, exasperated, miserable beyond tears, because she had not said, "Good night, old Peter, dear." She had intended to say it. It was one of her prepared effects. But she was a weary and frozen young woman. Duty had robbed her of energy for love. Why had she let things come to this pass? Peter was her business, and Peter alone. She damned the Women's Legion, women's part in the war, and all the rest of it with fluency and sincerity. And while Joan wasted the hours of sleep in this fashion, Peter was also awake thinking over certain schemes he had discussed with Hetty that afternoon. They involved some careful and deliberate lying. The idea was that for the purposes of Pelham Ford he should terminate his leave on the 14th instead of the 21st, and so get a clear week free for life in the vein of Hetty. He lay fretting, and the hot greed of youth persuaded him, and the clean honor of youth reproached him. And though he knew the way the decision would go, he tossed about and damned as heartily as Joan. He could not remember if at Pelham Ford he had set a positive date to his leave, but anyhow it would not be difficult to make out that there had been some sort of urgent call. It could be done. The alternative was piquet. Peter returned to Pelham Ford and put his little fabric of lies upon Oswald without much difficulty. Then at the week-end came Joan rejoicing. She came into the house tumultuously. She had caught a train earlier than the one they had expected her to come by. "I've got all next week. 7 days, Peter. Never mind how, but I've got it. I've got it." There was a suggestion as of some desperate battle away there in London from which Joan had snatched these fruits of victory. She was so radiantly glad to have them that Peter recoiled from an immediate reply. "I didn't seem to see you in London somehow," said Joan. "I don't think you were really there. Let's have a look at you, old Peter. Tension. Lift the arm. Rotate the arm. It isn't so bad. Peter, after all, is tennis possible?" "I'd like to try." "Boat, certainly. No reason why we shouldn't have 2 or 3 long walks. A week's a long time nowadays." "But I have to go back on Monday," said Peter. Joan stood stock still. "Pity, isn't it?" said Peter weakly. "But why?" she asked in a little flat voice. "I have to go back." "But your leave?" "Ends on Monday," lied Peter. For some moments it looked as though Joan meant to make that last weekend a black one. "That doesn't give us much time together," said Joan, and her voice, which had soared, now crawled to earth. "I'm sorry." Just for a moment she hung, a dark and wounded Joan, downcast and thoughtful, and then turned and put her arms akimbo and looked at him and smiled awry. "Well, old Peter, then we've got to make the best use of our time. It's your birthday, sort of. It's your bank holiday, dear. It's every blessed thing for you, such time as we have together, before they can take you off again. I think they're greedy, but it can't be helped, can it, Peter?" "It can't be helped," said Peter. "No." They paused. "What shall we do?" said Joan. "The program's got to be cut down. Shall we try tennis?" "I want to. I don't see why this wrist—" He held it out and rotated it. "Good old arm," said Joan, and ran a hand along it. "I'll go change these breeches and things," said Joan, "and get myself female. Gods, Peter, the craving to get into clothes that are really flexible and translucent." She went to the staircase and then turned on Peter. "Peter," she said. "Yes?" "Go out and stand on the lawn and tighten up the net now." "Why?" "Then I can see you from my window while I'm changing. I don't want to waste a bit of you." She went up 4 steps and stopped and looked at him over her shoulder. "I want as much as I can get of you, Peter," she said. "I wish I'd known about that week," said Peter stupidly. "Exactly," said Joan to herself, and flitted up the staircase. Joan, Miss Moxton perceived that afternoon, had a swift and angry fight with her summer wardrobe. Both the pink gingham and the white drill had been tried on and flung aside, and she had decided at last upon a rather jolly warm blue-figured vol with a belt of cherry-colored ribbon that suited her brown skin and black hair better than those weaker supports. She had evidently opened every drawer in her room in a hasty search for white silk stockings. When she came out into the sunshine of the garden, Peter's eyes told her she had guessed the right costume. Oswald was standing up on his crutches and smiling, and Peter was throwing up a racket and catching it again with one hand. "Thank God for a left-handed childhood," said Peter. "I'm going to smash you, Joan." "I forgot about that," said Joan. "But you aren't going to smash me, old Peter." When tea time came, they were still fighting the 7th Vantage game, and Joan was up. They came and sat at the tea-table, and Joan, as she poured the tea, reflected that a young man in white flannels, flushed and a little out of breath, with his white silk shirt wide open at the neck, was a more beautiful thing than the most beautiful woman alive, and her dark eyes looked at the careless and exhausted Peter, that urgent and insoluble problem, while she counted 24, 36, 41, about 41 hours. How the devil shall I do it? It wasn't to be done at tennis anyhow, and she lost the next 3 games running without apparent effort, and took Peter by the arm and walked him about the garden, discoursing on flying. "I must teach you to fly," said Peter. "Often when I've been up alone, I've thought, some day I'll teach old Joan." "That's a promise, Peter." "Sure," said Peter, who had not suffered next to two Americans for nothing. "I've got it in writing," said Joan. "I'd rather learn from you than anyone," she said. Peter discoursed of stunts. They spent a long golden time revisiting odd corners in which they had played together. They went down the village and up the church and round the edge of the wood. And there they came upon and devoured a lot of blackberries. And then they went down to the mill pond and sat for a time in Baker's boat. Then they got at cross purposes about dressing for dinner. Joan wanted very much to dress. She wanted to remind Peter that there were prettier arms in the world than Hetty Reinhardt's, and a better modelled neck and shoulders. She had a new dress of ivory silk with a broad belt of velvet that echoed the bright softness of her eyes and hair. But Peter would not let her dress. He did not want to dress himself. "And you couldn't look prettier, Joan, than you do in that blue thing. It's so like you." And as Joan couldn't explain that the frock kept her a jolly girl, he knew while the dress would have shown him the beautiful woman he had to discover. She lost that point in the game. And tomorrow was Sunday, when Pelham Ford, after the good custom of England, never dressed for dinner. Afterwards she thought how easily she might have overruled him. Joan's plans for the evening were dashed by this costume failure. She had relied altogether on the change of personality into something rich and strange that the ivory dress was to have wrought. She could do nothing to develop the situation. Everything seemed to be helping to intensify her sisterliness. Oswald was rather seedy, and the three of them played auction bridge with a dummy. She had meant to sit up with Peter, but it didn't work out like that. "Good night, Peter dear," she said outside her bedroom door with the candlelight shining red between the fingers of her hand. "Good night, old Joan," he said from his doormat with an infinite friendliness in his voice. You cannot kiss a man good night suddenly when he is 15 yards away. She closed the door behind her softly, put down her candle, and began to walk about her room and swear in an entirely unladylike fashion. Then she went over to the open window, wringing her hands. "How am I to do it?" she said. "How am I to do it? The situation's preposterous. He's mine, and I might be his sister. Shall I make a declaration? I suppose Hetty did." But all of the cunning of Joan was unavailing against the invisible barriers to passion between herself and Peter. They spent a long Sunday of comradeship, and courage and opportunity alike failed. The dawn on Monday morning found a white and haggard Joan pacing her floor, half-minded to attempt a desperate explanation forthwith in Peter's bedroom with a suddenly awakened Peter. Only her fear of shocking him and failing restrained her. She raved. She indulged in absurd soliloquies, and still absurder prayers. "O God, give me my Peter," she prayed. "Give me my Peter." Monday broke clear and fine, with a September freshness in the sunshine. Breakfast was an awkward meal. Peter was constrained. Oswald was worried by a sense of advice and counsel not given. Joan felt the situation slipping from her helpless grasp. It was with a sense of relief that at last she put on her khaki overcoat to drive Peter to the station. "This is the end," sang in Joan's mind. "This is the end." She glanced at the mirror in the hall and saw that the fur collar was not unfriendly to her white neck and throat. She was in despair, but she did not mean to let it become an unbecoming despair, at least until Peter had departed. The end was still incomplete. She had something stern and unpleasant to say to Peter before they parted, but she did not mean to look stern or unpleasant while she said it. Peter, she noted with a gleam of satisfaction, was low in spirits. He was sorry to go. He was ashamed of himself, but he was also sorry. That was something at any rate to have achieved, but he was going nevertheless. She brought round the little singer to the door. She started the engine with a competent swing and got in. The maids came with Peter's portmanteau and belongings. "This is the end," said Joan to herself, touching her accelerator with her hand, ready to release the brake. "All aboard?" said Joan aloud. Peter shook hands with Oswald over the side of the car and glanced from him to the house and back at him. "I wish I could stay longer, sir," said Peter. "There's many days to come yet," said Oswald, "for we never mention death before death in wartime. We never let ourselves think of it before it comes, or after it has come. So long, Nobby. Good luck, Peter." Joan put the car into gear and steered out onto the road. "The water splash is the lowest I've ever seen it," said Peter. They ran down the road to the station almost in silence. "These poplars have got a touch of autumn in them already," said Peter. "It's an early year," said Joan. The end, sang in Joan's brain, "but I'll tell him all the same." But she did not tell him until they could hear the sound of the approaching train that was to cut the thread of everything for Joan. They walked together up the little platform to the end. "I'm sorry you're going," Joan said. "I'm infernally sorry. If I'd known you'd get this week—" "Would that have altered it?" she said sharply. "No, I suppose it wouldn't," he fenced just in time to save himself. The rattle of the approaching train grew suddenly loud. It was round the bend. Joan spoke in a perfectly even voice. "I know you have been lying, Peter. I have known it all this weekend. I know your leave lasts until the 21st. He stared at her in astonishment. "There was a time— It's to think all this dirt upon you that hurts the most. The lies, the dodges, the shuffling meanness of it. From you, whom I love." A gap of silence came. To the old porter 12 yards off, they seemed entirely well-behaved and well-disciplined young people, saying nothing in particular. The train came in with sort of a wink under the bridge, and the engine and foremost carriages ran past them up the platform. "I wish I could explain. I didn't know. The fact is, I got entangled in sort of a promise." "Hetty," Joan jerked out, "there's an empty first for you." The train stopped. Peter put his hand on the handle of the carriage door. "You go to London, like a puppy that rolls in dirt. You go to the beastliness and the vulgarity. You'd better get in, Peter." "But look here, Joan." "Get in," she scolded to his hesitation and stamped her foot. He got in mechanically, and she closed the door on him and turned the handle and stood holding it. Then, still speaking evenly and quietly, she said, "You're a blind fool, Peter. What sort of love can that miscellany give you that I couldn't give? Have I no life? Have I no beauty? Are you afraid of me? Don't you see? Don't you see? You go off to that? You trail yourself in dirt, and you trail my love in the dirt, before a female hack. Look at me," she cried, holding her hands apart. "Think of me tonight. Yours for the taking." The train was moving. She walked along the platform to keep pace with him, and her eyes held his. "Peter," she said, and then with amazing quiet intensity, "You damned fool." She hesitated on the verge of saying something more. She came towards the carriage. It wasn't anything pleasant that she had in mind, to judge by her expression. "Stand away, please, miss," said the old porter, hurrying up the intervene. She abandoned that last remark with an impatient gesture. Peter sat still. The end of the station ran by like a scene in a panorama. Her Medusa face had slid away to the edge of a picture that the window framed and vanished. For some seconds he was too amazed to move. Then he got up heavily and stuck his head out the window to stare at Joan. Joan was standing quite still with her hands in the side pockets of her khaki overcoat. She was standing straight as a rod, with her heels together, looking at the receding train. She never moved. Neither of these two young people made a sign to each other, which was the first odd thing the old porter noted about them. They just stared. By all the rules they should have waved handkerchiefs. The next odd thing was that Joan stared at the bend for half a minute perhaps after the train had altogether gone, and then tried to walk out to her car by the little white gate at the end of the platform which had been disused and nailed up for 3 years. After Oswald had seen the car whisk through the gates onto the road, and after he had rested on his crutches staring at the gates for a time, he had hobbled back to his study. He wanted to work, but he found it difficult to fix his attention. He was thinking of Joan and Peter, and for the first time in his life he was wondering why they had never fallen in love with each other. They seemed such good company for each other. He was still engaged upon these speculations half an hour or so later, when he heard the car return, and presently saw Joan go past his window. She was flushed, and she was staring in front of her at nothing in particular. He had never seen Joan looking so unhappy. In fact, so strong was his impression that she was unhappy that he doubted it, and he went to the window and craned out after her. She was going straight up towards the arbor, with a slight hurry in her steps. She had her fur collar half turned up on one side, her hands were deep in her pockets, and something about her dogged walk reminded him of some long-forgotten moment, years ago it must have been, when Joan, in hot water for some small offense, had been sent indoors at the Ingle Nook. He limped back to his chair and sat thinking her over. "I wonder," he said at last, and turned to his work again. There was no getting on with it. Half an hour later he accepted defeat. "Peter has knocked us all crooked," he said. "There's no work for today." He would go out and prowl around the place and look at the roses. Perhaps Joan would come and talk. But at the gates he was amazed to encounter Peter. It was Peter, hot and dusty from a walk of 3 miles and carrying his valise and aching left arm. There was a look of defiance in his eyes that stared fiercely out from under the perspiration-matted hair upon his forehead. He seemed to find Oswald's appearance the complete confirmation of the most disagreeable anticipations. Thoughts of panic and desertion flashed upon Oswald's mind. "Good God, Peter," he cried, "what brings you back?" "I've come back for another week," said Peter. "But your leave's up." "I told a lie, sir. I've got another week." Oswald stared at his ward. "I'm sorry, sir," said Peter. "I've been making a fool of myself. I thought better of it. I got out of the train at Standon and walked back here." "What does it mean, Peter?" said Oswald. Peter's eyes were the most distressed eyes he had ever seen. "If you'd just not ask, sir. Now, it's a good thing to deal with one's own blood in a crisis." Oswald, resting thoughtfully on his crutches, leapt to a kind of understanding. "I'm going to hop down toward the village, Peter," said Oswald, becoming casual in his manner. "I want some exercise. If you'll tell everyone you're back." He indicated the house behind him by a movement of his head. Peter was badly blown with haste and emotion. "Thank you, sir," he said shortly. Oswald stepped past him and stared down the road. "Mrs. Moxton's in the house," he said, without looking at Peter again. "Joan's up the garden. See you when I get back, Peter. Glad you've got another week, anyhow. So long." He left Peter standing in the gateway. Fear came upon Peter. He stood quite still for some moments, looking at the house and the cedars. He dropped his valise at the front door and mopped his face. Then he walked slowly across the lawn toward the terraces. He wanted to shout, and found himself hoarse. Then on the first terrace he got out, "Joan," in a flat croak. He had to cry again, "Joan," before it sounded at all like the old style. Joan became visible. She had come out of the arbor at the top of the garden, and she was standing motionless, regarding him down the vista of the central path. She was white and rather disheveled, and she stood quite still. Peter walked up the steps toward her. "I've come back, Joan," he said as he drew near. "I want to talk to you. Come into the arbor." He took her arm clumsily and led her back into the arbor out of sight of the house. Then he dropped her arm. "Joan," he said, "I've been the damnedest of fools, as you said. I don't know why." He stood there before her awkwardly. He was trembling violently. He thought he was going to weep. He could not touch her again. He did not dare to touch her. Then Joan spread out her arms straight and stood like a crucifix. Her face, which had a dark stare, softened swiftly, became radiant, dissolved into a dusky glow of tears and triumph. "Oh, Peter, my darling," she sobbed, and seized him and kissed him with tear-salt lips and hugged him to herself. The magic barrier was smashed at last. Peter held her close to him and kissed her. It was the second time they had kissed since those black days at High Cross School. Those were years of swift marryings, and Peter was a young married man when presently he was added to the number of that select company attached to sausage-shaped observation balloons who were sent up in the mornings and pulled down at nights along the British front. He had had only momentary snatches of matrimony before the front had called him back to its own destructive interests. But his experiences had banished any lingering vestiges of his theory that there is one sort of woman you respect, and another sort you make love to. There was only one sort of woman to love or respect, and that was Joan. He was altogether in love with Joan. He was sure he had never been in love before, and he was now also extravagantly in love with life. He wanted to go on with it, with a passionate intensity. It seemed to him that it was not only the beginning for him, but for everyone. Hitherto man had been living down there, down on those flats, for all the world is flat from the air. Now, at last, men were beginning to feel how they might soar over all ancient limitations. Occasionally he thought of such things up in his basket, sitting like a spectator in a box at a theater, with the slow, vast drama of the Western Front spread out like a map beneath his eyes, with half Belgium and a great circle of France in sight, the brown, ruined country on either side of no man's land, apparently lifeless, with its insane tangle of trenches and communicating ways below, with the crumbling heaps of ruined towns and villages scattered among canals and lakes of floodwater, and passing insensibly into a green and normal-looking landscape to the west and east, where churches still had towers and houses roofs, and woods were lumps and blocks of dark green, fields manifestly cultivated patches, and roads white ribbons barred by the purple poplar shadows. But these spectacular and speculative phases were rare. They came only when a thin veil of haze made the whole spacious prospect faint, so that beyond his more immediate circle, Peter could see only the broad outlines of the land. Given worse conditions of the weather, and he would be too uncomfortable for philosophy. Given better, and he would be too busy. He sat on a canvas seat inside the square basket with his instruments about him, or leant over the side scrutinizing the details of the eastward landscape. Upon his head, over his ears, he wore a telephone receiver, and about his body was a rope harness that linked him by a rope to the silk parachute that was packed neatly in a little swinging bucket over the side of his basket. Under his hand was a map board repeating the shapes of wood and water and road below. The telephone wire that ran down this mooring rope abolished any effect of isolation. It linked him directly to his winch on a lorry below, to a number of battery commanders, to an ascending series of headquarters. He could always start a conversation if he had anything practical to say. He was, in fact, an eye at the end of a tentacle thread, by means of which the British Army watched its enemies. Sometimes he had an illusion that he was also kind of a brain. When the distant visibility was good, he would find himself hovering over the war as a player hangs over a chessboard, directing fire upon road movements or train movements, suspecting and watching for undisclosed enemy batteries, or directing counter-battery fire. Above him, green and voluminous, hung the great translucent lobes of his gas bag, and those loose ropes by which it was towed and held upon the ground swayed and trailed about his basket. It was on one of his more slack afternoons that Peter fell thinking of how acutely he now desired to live. The wide world was full of sunshine, but a ground haze made even the country immediately below him indistinct. The enemy gunners were inactive. There came no elfin voices through the telephone. Only far away to the south, guns butted and shivered the tranquil air. There was a faint drift in the air rather than a breeze, and the gas bag had fallen into a long, lazy, rhythmic movement, so that sometimes he faced due south, and sometimes south by east, and so back. A great patch of flooded country to the northeast, a bright mirror with a kind of bloom upon it, seemed to be trying with an aimless persistency to work its way towards the center of his field of vision, and never succeeding. For a time Peter had been preoccupied with a distant ridge far away to the east, from which a long-range gun had recently taken to shelling the kite balloons toward the evening as they became clear against the bright western sky. 4 times lately this new gun had got onto him, and this clear and tranquil afternoon promised just the luminous and tranquil sunset that favored these unpleasant activities. It was 5 hours to sunset yet, but Peter could not keep his mind off that gun. It was a big gun, perhaps a 42 centimeter. It was beyond any counter-battery possibility, and it had got a new kind of shell that the Germans seemed to have invented for the particular discomfort of Peter and his kind. It had a distinctive report, a loud crack, and then the woof of high explosive, and at every explosion it got nearer and nearer to its target, with a quite uncanny certainty. It seemed to learn more than any gun should learn from each shot. It was this steadfast approach to a hit that Peter disliked. That and the long pause after the shell had started. Far away he would see the flash of the gun amidst the ridges in the darkling east. Then would come a long, blank pause of expectation. For all he could tell, this might get him. Then the whine of the shell would become audible, growing louder and louder and lower in note. Whee-you! Crack! Woof! Then Peter would get quite voluble to the men at the winch below. He could let himself up, or go down a few 100 feet, or they could shift his lorry along the road. Until it was dark he could not come down, for a kite balloon is terribly visible and helpless thing on the ground until it has been very carefully put to bed. To come down in the daylight meant too good a chance for the nearer German guns. So Peter, by instructing his winch to lower him, or to let him up, or shift, had to dodge about in a most undignified way, up and down and backwards and sideways, while the big gun marked him and guessed at his next position. Flash! "Oh, damn," said Peter. "Another already?" Silence. Anticipation. Then, whee-you! Crack! Woof! A rush of air would set the gas bag swinging. That was a near one. "Where am I?" said Peter. But that wasn't going to happen for hours yet. Why meet trouble halfway? Why be tormented by this feeling of apprehension and danger in the still air? Why trouble because the world was quiet and seemed to be waiting? Why not think of something else? Banish this war from the mind. Was he more afraid nowadays than he used to be? Peter was inclined to think now that he was more systematically afraid. Formerly he had funked in streaks and patches, but now he had a steady, continuous dislike to all these risks and dangers. He was getting more and more clearly an idea of the sort of life he wanted to lead, and of the things he wanted to do. He was ceasing to think of existence as a rather aimless series of adventures, and coming to regard it as one large consecutive undertaking on the part of himself and Joan. This being hung up in the sky for Germans to shoot at seemed to him to be a very tiresome irrelevance indeed. He and Joan and everybody with brains, including the misguided people who had made and were now firing this big gun at him, ought to be setting to work to get this preposterous muddle of a world in order. "This sort of thing," said Peter, addressing the Western Front, his gas bag and so much of the sky as it permitted him to see, and the universe generally, is ridiculous. There's no sense in it at all, none whatever. His dream of God as a detached and aloof personage, had taken a very strong hold upon his imagination. Or perhaps it would be truer to say that his fevered mind in the hospital had given a caricature personality to ideas that had grown up in his mind as a natural consequence of his training. He had gone on with that argument. He went on with it now, with a feeling that really he was just as much sitting and talking in that queer, untidy, out-of-the-way office as swaying in a kite balloon 6,000 feet above Flanders, waiting to be shot at. "It is all very well to say, 'Exert yourself,'" said Peter, "but there is that chap over there exerting himself, and what he is doing with all his brains is just trying to wipe my brains out of existence. Just that. He hasn't an idea else of what he is doing. He has no notion of what he is up to or what I am up to, and he hasn't the sense or ability to come over here and talk about it to me. He's there, at that, and he can't help himself, and I'm here, and I can't help myself. But if I could only catch him within counter-battery range—" "There's no sense in it at all," summarized Peter after some moments of grim reflection. "Sense hasn't gotten into it." "Is sense ever going to get into it?" "The curious thing about you," said Peter, addressing himself quite directly to his deity at the desk, "is that somehow, without ever positively promising it or saying anything plain and definite about it, you yet manage to convey in an almost irresistible manner that there is going to be sense in it. You seem to suggest that my poor brain up here, and the brains of those chaps over there, are, in spite of all appearance to the contrary, up to something jointly that is going to come together and make good some day. You hint it, and yet I don't get a scrap of sound, trustworthy reasoning to help me accept that. Not a scrap. Why should it be so? I ask, and you just keep on not saying anything. I suppose it's a necessary thing, biologically, that one should have a kind of optimism to keep one alive. So I'm not even justified in my half-conviction that I am not being absolutely fooled by life. I admit that, taking for example Joan, there is something about Joan that almost persuades me that there must be something absolutely right about things for Joan to happen at all. Yet isn't that again just another biologically necessary delusion? There you sit silent. You seem to say nothing, and yet you soak me with a kind of answer, a sort of shapeless courage. Peter's mind rested on that for a time, and then began again at another point. "I wonder," said Peter, "if that chap gets me tonight, what I shall think in the moment after he has got me." But the German gunner never got Peter, because something else got him first. He thought he saw a Hun aeroplane coming over very high indeed to the south of him, 15,000 feet up or more, a mere speck in the blue blaze, and then the gas bag hit it, and he dismissed it from his mind. He was thinking that the air was growing clearer, and that if this went on, guns would wake up presently and little voices begin to talk to him, when he became aware of the presence and vibration of an aeroplane quite close to him. He pulled off his telephone receivers and heard the roar of an engine close at hand. It was overhead, and the gas bag still hit it. At the same moment, the British anti-aircraft gunners began a belated fire. "Damn," said Peter in a brisk perspiration, and hastened to make sure that his parachute rope was clear. "Perhaps he's British," said Peter, with no real hope. Pap, 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 very loud overhead. The gas bag swayed and billowed, and a wing with a black cross swept across the sky. Pap, pap, pap. The gas bag wrinkled and crumpled more and more, and a little streak of smoke appeared beyond its edge. The German aeroplane was now visible 100 yards away and banking to come round. He had fired the balloon with tracer bullets. The thing that Peter had to do, and what he did, was this. He had to step up onto a little wood step inside his basket. Then he had to first put one foot, then the other, onto another little step outside his basket. This little step was about 4 inches wide by 9 inches long. Below it was 6,000 feet of emptiness above the little trees and houses below. As he swayed on the step, Peter had to make sure the rope attached to his body was clear of all entanglements. Then he had to step off that little shelf, which was now swinging and slanting with the lurching basket to which it was attached, into a void 6,000 feet above the earth. He had not to throw himself or dive headlong, because that might lead to entanglement with the rope. He had just to step off into pellucid nothingness, holding his rope clear of himself with one hand. This rope looped back to the little swinging bucket, in which his fine silk parachute was closely packed. He had seen it packed a week ago, and he wished now, as he stood on this step holding his basket with one hand, that he had watched the process more meticulously. He became aware that the Hun, having disposed of the balloon, was now shooting at him. He did not so much step off the little shelf as slip off as it heeled over with the swing of the basket. The first instants of a leap or fall make no impression on the mind. For some seconds he was falling swiftly, feet foremost through the air. He scarcely noted the faint snatch when the twine which held his parachute in its basket broke. Then his consciousness began to register again. He kept his feet pressed tightly together. The air whistled by him, but he thought that dreams and talk had much exaggerated the sensations of falling. He was too high as yet to feel the rush of ground towards him. He seemed to fall for an indeterminable time before anything more happened. He was assailed by doubts, whether the twine that kept the parachute in its bucket would break, whether it would open. His rope trailed out above him. Still falling. Why didn't the parachute open? In another 10 seconds it would be too late. The parachute was not opening. It was certainly not opening. Wrong packing? He tugged and jerked his rope, and tried to shake and swing the long silken folds that were following his fall. Why? Why the devil? The rope seemed to tighten abruptly. The harness tightened upon his body. Peter gasped, sprawled, and had the sensation of being hauled up back again into the sky. It was all right so far. He was now swaying down earthward with a diminishing velocity beneath an open parachute. He was floating over the landscape instead of falling straight into it. But the Germans had not done with Peter yet. He became visible beneath the edge of Peter's parachute, circling downward regardless of anti-aircraft and machine guns. Pap, 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 pap. The bullets burst and banged about Peter. Something kicked Peter's knee. Something hit his neck. Something rapped the knuckles of his wounded hand. The parachute winced and went sideways, slashed and pierced. Peter drifted down faster, helpless, his angry eyes upon his assailant, who vanished again, going out of his sight as he rose up above the edge of the parachute. A storm of pain and rage broke from Peter. "Done in," shouted Peter. "Oh, my leg, my leg! I'm shot to bits! I'm shot to bloody bits!" The treetops were near at hand. The parachute had acquired a rhythmic swing and was falling more rapidly. "And I've still got to land," wailed Peter, beginning to cry like a child. He wanted to stop just a moment, just for one little moment before the ground rushed up to meet him. He wanted time to think. He didn't know what to do with this dangling leg. It became a monstrous, painful obstacle to landing. How was he to get a spring? He was bleeding. He was dying. It was cruel. Cruel. Came the crash. Hot irons, it seemed, assailed his leg and his shoulder and neck. He crumpled up upon the ground in agony, and the parachute, with slow and elegant gestures, folded down on top of his floundering figure. The gunners who ran to help him found him enveloped in silk, bawling and weeping like a child of 4 in a passion of rage and fear, and trying repeatedly to stand up on a blood-streaked leg that gave way as repeatedly. "Damn!" cursed Peter in a stifled voice, plunging about like a kitten in a sack. "Damn you all! I tell you I will use my leg. I will have my leg. If I bleed to death? Oh, oh, you fool, you lying old humbug, you! and then he gave a leap upward and forward, and fainted and fell, and lay still, with his head and body muffled in the silk folds of his parachute. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Oswald's Valediction, Part 1. It was the 3rd of April in 1918, the Wednesday after Easter, and the war had now lasted 3 years and 8 months. It had become the aching habit of the whole world. Throughout the winter it had been for the most part a great and terrible boredom, but now a phase of acute anxiety was beginning. The Kaiser's battle was raging in France. News came through sparingly, but it was known that General Gough had lost tens of thousands of prisoners, hundreds of guns, and vast stores of ammunition and railway material. It was rumored that he had committed suicide, but the standards of Tory England differ from those of Japan. Through 10 sanguinary days, in a vaster increment, the common men of Britain, reinforced by the French, had fought and died to restore the imperiled line. It was by no means certain yet that they had succeeded. It seemed possible that the French and British armies would be broken apart, and Amiens and Paris lost. Oswald's mind was still dark with apprehension. The particular anxieties of this crisis accentuated the general worry and inconveniences of the time, and deepened Oswald's conviction of an incredible incompetence in both the political and military leadership of his country. In spite of every reason he had to the contrary, he had continued hitherto to hope for some bright dramatic change in the course of events. He had experienced a continually recurring disappointment with each morning's paper. His intelligence told him that all the inefficiency, the confusion, the cheap and bad government by press and intrigue were the necessary and inevitable consequences of a neglect of higher education for the past 50 years. These defects were now in the nature of things, almost as much as the bleakness of an English February or the fogs of a London November. But his English temperament had refused hitherto to accept the decision of his intelligence. Now for the first time he could see the possibility of an ultimate failure in the war. To this low level of achievement he perceived a steadfast contempt for thought and science and organization had brought Britain. At this low level Britain had now to struggle through the war, blundering, talking, and thinking confusedly, suffering enormously, albeit so sound at heart. It was a humiliating realization. At any rate, she could still hope to struggle through. The hard-won elementary education of the common people, the stout heart and sense of the common people, saved her gentlefolk from the fate of their brother inefficients in Russia. But every day he fretted afresh at the costly and toilsome continuance of an effort that a little more courage and wisdom in high places on the Allied side, a little more knowledge and clear thinking, might have brought to an entirely satisfactory close in 1917. For a man of his age, wounded, disappointed, and a chronic invalid, there was considerable affliction in the steadily increasing hardships of the 4th year. A number of petty deprivations at which a healthy man might have scoffed intensified his physical discomfort. There had been a complete restriction on his supply of petrol. The automobile now hung in its shed with its tires removed, and the railway service to London had been greatly reduced. He could not get up to London now to consult books or vary his moods without a slow and crowded and fatiguing journey. He was more and more confined to Pelham Ford. He had been used to read and work late into the night, but now his home was darkened in the evening and very cheerless. There was no carbide for the acetylene installation, and a need for economy in paraffin. For a time he had been out of coal, and unable to get much wood because of local difficulties about cartage, and for some weeks he had to sit in his overcoat and read and write by candlelight. Now, however, that distress had been relieved by the belated delivery of a truckload of coal. And another matter that may seem trivial in history was by no means trivial in relation to his moods. In the spring of 1918, the food supply of Great Britain was at its lowest point. Lord Ronda was saving the situation at the 11th hour. The rationing of meat had affected Oswald's health disagreeably. He had long ago acquired the habit of living upon chops and cutlets and such like concentrated nourishment, and he found it difficult to adapt himself now to the bulky insipidity of a diet that was, for a time, almost entirely vegetarian. For even fish traveled by long routes to Herefordshire villages. The frequent air raids of that winter were also an added nervous irritation. In the preceding years of the war, there had been occasional Zeppelin raids. The Zeppelins had been audible at Pelham Ford on several occasions, and once Hereford had suffered from their bombs. But those expeditions had ended at last in a series of disasters to the invaders, and they had never involved the uproar and tension of the Gotha raids that began in the latter half of 1917. These latter raids had to be met by an immense barrage of anti-aircraft guns round London, a barrage which rattled every window at Pelham Ford, lit the sky with star shells, and continued intermittently sometimes for 4 or 5 hours. Oswald would lie awake throughout that thudding conflict, watching the distant star shells and searchlights through the black tree boughs outside his open window, and meditating drearily upon the manifest insanity of mankind. He was now walking up and down his lawn, waiting until it should be time to start for the station with Joan to meet Peter. For Peter, convalescent again and no longer fit for any form of active service, he was lame now as well as winged, was to take up a minor administrative post next week at a Dastrel house, and he was coming down for a few days at Pelham Ford before carrying his wife off for good to a little service flat they had found in an adapted house in the Avenue Road. They had decided not to live at the Inglenook, although Arthur had built it to become Peter's home, but to continue the tenancy of Aunt Phyllis and Phoebe. They did not want to disturb those two ladies, whose nervous systems, by no means stable at the best of times, were now in a very shaken condition. Aunt Phyllis was kept busy restraining Aunt Phoebe from inflicting lengthy but obscure prophetic messages upon most of the prominent people of the time. To these daily activities, Aunt Phoebe added an increasing habit of sleepwalking that broke the nightly peace of Aunt Phyllis. She would wander through the moonlit living rooms, gesticulating strangely, and uttering such phrases as, "Blood, blood, seas of blood, the multitudinous seas incarnadine," or "Murder most foul." She had a fixed idea that it was her business to seek out the Kaiser and either scold him or kill him, or perhaps do both. She held that it was the duty of women to assassinate. Men might fight battles. It was their stupid way, but surely women were capable of directer things. If some woman were to kill any man who declared war, directly he declared war, there would be a speedy end to war. She could not, she said, understand the inactivity of German wives and mothers. She would spend hours over her old-school German grammar with a view to writing an open letter to German womankind, but her naturally rich and very elusive prose was ill-adapted to that sort of translation. Many oversensitive people were suffering more or less as Aunt Phoebe was suffering, from a sense of cruelty, wickedness, and disaster that staggered their minds. They had lived securely in a secure world. They could not readjust. Even for so sane a mind as Oswald's, hampered as it was by the new poison his recent wound had brought into his blood, readjustment was difficult. He suffered greatly from insomnia, and from a haunting apprehension of misfortunes. His damaged knee would give him bouts of acute distress. Sometimes it would seem to be well, and he would forget it. Then it would become painfully lame by day, and a neuralgic pain at night. His moods seemed always exaggerated now. Either he was too angry, or too sorrowful, or too hopeful. Sometimes he experienced phases of blank stupidity, when his mind became unaccountably sluggish and clumsy. Joan was indoors now, packing up a box full of books that were to go with her to the new home. He was feeling acutely, more acutely than he wanted to feel, that his guardianship was at an end. Joan, who had been the mistress of his house, and the voice that sang in it, the pretty plant that grew in it, was going now. To return perhaps sometimes as a visitor, but never more to be a part of it. Never more to be its habitual presence. Peter, too, was severing the rope. A long rope it had seemed at times during the last 3 years that had tethered him to Pelham Ford. Oswald did not want to think now of his coming loneliness. What he wanted to think about was the necessity of rounding off the relationship properly, of ending his educational task with some sort of account rendered. He felt he owed it to these young people, and to himself, to tell them of his aims, and of what he considered the whole of this business of education amounted to. He had to explain what had helped and what had prevented him. A valediction, he said, a valediction. But he could not plan out what he had to say that morning. He could not arrange his heads, and all the while that he tried to fix his thoughts upon these topics, he was filled with uncontrollable self-pity for the solitude ahead of him. He was ashamed at these personal distresses that he could not control. He disliked himself for their quality. He did not like to think he was thinking the thoughts in his mind. He walked up and down the lawn for a time, like a man who is being pestered by uncongenial solicitations. In spite of his intense affection for both of them, he was feeling a real jealousy of the happiness of these two young lovers. He hated the thought of losing Joan much more than he hated the loss of Peter. Once upon a time he had loved Peter far more than Joan, but by imperceptible degrees his affection had turned over to her. In these war years he and she had been very much together. For a time he had been, it was grotesque but true, actually in love with her. He had let himself dream. It was preposterous to think of it. A moonlight night had made his brain swim. At any rate, thank heaven, she never had a suspicion. She'd come now as a visitor, perhaps quite often. He wasn't going to lose his Joan altogether. But each time she would come changed, rather less his Joan, and rather more a new Joan, Peter's Joan. Someday they'd have children, these two. Joan would sit over her child and smile down at it. He knew exactly how she would smile. And at the thought of that smile, Joan gave place to Dolly. Out of the past there jumped upon him the memory of Peter bubbling in a cradle on the sunny veranda of the inglenook, and how he had remarked that the very sunshine seemed made for this fortunate young man. It was made for him, Dolly had said, with that faintly mischievous smile of hers. How far off that seemed now, and how vivid still. He could remember Dolly's shadow on the rough cast wall, and the very things he had said in reply. He had talked like a fool about the wonderful future of Peter, and of the world. How long was that ago? 25 years? Yes, Peter would be 25 in June. How safe and secure the European world had seemed then. It had seemed to be loitering, lazily and baselessly indeed, but certainly towards a sort of materialist's millennium. And what a vast sham its security had been. He had called Peter the heir of the ages, and the heritage of the ages had been preparing even then to take Peter away from the work he had chosen, and from all the sunshine and leisure of his life, and to splinter his shoulder blade, smash his wrist, snap his leg bones with machine-gun bullets, and fling him aside, a hobbling, stiff, broken young man, to limp through the rest of life. That was what his mind had to lay hold of. That was what he had to talk about. This process that had held out such fair hopes for Peter, and had in the end crippled him and come near to killing him and wasting him altogether. He had to talk of that, of an enormous collapse and a breach of faith with the young. The world which had seemed to be the glowing promise of an unprecedented education and upbringing for Peter and his generation, the world that had been, so to speak, joint guardian with himself, had defaulted. This war was an outrage by the senior things in the world upon all the hope of the future. It was the parent sending his sons through the fire to Moloch. It was the guardian gone mad. It was the lapse of all educational responsibility. He had to keep his grasp upon that idea. By holding on to that, he could get away from his morbidly intense wish to be personal and intimate with these two. He loved them, and they loved him. But what he wanted to say was something quite beyond that. What he had to talk about was education, and education alone. He had to point out to them that their own education had been truncated, was rough-ended and partial. He had to explain why that was so. And he had to show that all this vast disaster to the world was no more and no less than an educational failure. The churches and teachers and political forms had been insufficient and wrong. They had failed to establish ideas strong and complete enough and right enough to hold the wills of men. Necessarily, he had to make a dissertation upon the war. To talk of life now was to talk of the war. The war was now human life. It had eaten up all free and independent living. The war was an educational breakdown. That was his point. And in education lay whatever hope there was for mankind. He had to say that to them. And he had to point out how that idea must determine the form of their lives. He had to show the political and social and moral conclusions involved in it, and he had to say what he wanted to say in a large manner. He had to keep his temper while he said it. Oswald, limping slowly up and down his lawn in the April sunshine, with the gnawing pain at his knee, had to underline, as it were, that last proviso in his thoughts. That was the extreme difficulty of these urgent and tragic times. The world was in a phase of intense but swift, tumultuous, and distracting tragedy. The millions were not suffering and dying in stateliness and splendor, but in a vast uproar amidst mud, confusion, bickering, and incoherence indescribable. While it was manifest that only great thinking, only very clear and deliberate thinking, could give even the forms of action that would arrest the conflagration, it was nevertheless almost impossible for anyone, anywhere, to think clearly and deliberately. So universal and various were the compulsions, confusions, and distresses of the time. And even the effect to see and state the issue largely fevered Oswald's brain. He grew angry with the multitudinous things that robbed him of his serenity. "Education," he said, as if he called for help. "Education." And then, collapsing into wrath, "A land of uneducated blockheads." No, it was not one of his good mornings. In a little while his steps had quickened and his face had flushed, his hands clenched in his pockets. "Universal dullness of mind," he whispered. "Obstinacy, inadaptability, unintelligent opposition." Broad generalizations slipped out of his mind. He began to turn over one disastrous instance after another of the shortness of mental range, the unimaginative stupidity, the baseness and tortuousness of method, the dull suspicion, class jealousies, and foolish conceits that had crippled Britain through 3.5 bitter years. With a vast fleet, with enormous armies, with limitless wealth, with loyal enthusiasm behind them of a united people, and with great allies, British admirals and generals had never once achieved any great or brilliant success. British statesmen had never once grasped and held the fluctuating situation. One huge disappointment had followed another. Now at Gallipoli, now at Kut, now in the air, and now beneath the seas. The British had seen their strength ill-applied and their fair hopes of victory waste away. No Nelson had arisen to save the country, no Wellington. No Nelson nor Wellington could have arisen. The country had not even found an alternative to Mr. Lloyd George. In military and naval, as in social and political affairs, the Anglican ideal had been to blockade. On sea and land, as in Ireland, as in India, Anglicanism was not leading, but obstruction. Through 1917, the Allied armies upon the Western Front had predominated over the German as greatly as the British fleet had predominated at sea, and the result on either element had been stagnation. The cavalry coterie who ruled upon the land had demonstrated triumphantly their incapacity to seize even so great an opportunity as the surprise of the tanks afforded them. The Admiralty had left the Baltic to the Germans until, after the loss of Riga, poor KalenXI's staggering government had collapsed. British diplomacy had completed what British naval quiescence began. In Russia, as in Greece, it had existed only to blunder. Never had a just cause been so mishandled, and before the end of 1917, the Russian debacle had been achieved, and the German armies, reinforced by the troops the Russian failure had released, began to concentrate for this last great effort that was now in progress in the West. Like many another anxious and distressed Englishman during those darker days of the German spring offensive in 1918, Oswald went about clinging to one comfort. Our men are tough stuff. Our men at any rate will stick it. In Oswald's mind there rankled a number of special cases which he called his sores. To think of them made him angry and desperate, and yet he could scarcely ever think of education without reviving the irritation of these particular instances. They were his foreground, they blocked his vistas, and got between him and the general prospect of the world. For instance, there had been a failure to supply mosquito curtains in the East African hospitals, and a number of slightly wounded men had contracted fever and died. This fact had linked on to the rejection of the services he had offered at the outset of the war, and became a festering center in his memory. Those mosquito curtains blew into every discussion. Moreover, there had been, he believed, much delay and inefficiency in the use of the African native labor in France, and a lack of proper organization for the special needs of the sick and injured among those tropic-bred men. And a shipload had been sunk in a collision off the Isle of Wight. He had gotten an irrational persuasion into his head that this collision could have been prevented. After his wound had driven him back to Pelham Ford, he would limp about the garden, thinking of his boys shivering in the wet of a French winter and dying on straw in cold cattle trucks, or struggling and drowning in the grey channel water, and he would fret and swear. Hugger-mugger, he would say, hugger-mugger, no care, no foresight, no proper grasp of the problem, and so death and torment for the men. While still so painful and feverish, he had developed a new distress for himself, by taking up the advocacy of certain novelties and devices that he became more and more convinced were of vital importance upon the Western Front. He entangled himself in correspondence, interviews, committees, and complicated quarrels in connection with these ideas. He would prowl about his garden, a baffled man, trying to invent some way of breaking through the system of entanglements that held back British inventiveness from the service of Great Britain. More and more clearly did his reason assure him that no sudden blow can set aside the deep-rooted traditions, the careless, aimless education of a negligent century. But nonetheless, he raged at individuals, at ministries, at coteries and classes. His peculiar objection to the heads of the regular army, for example, was unjust, for much the same unimaginative resistance was evident in every branch of the public activities of Great Britain. Already in 1915, the very halfpenny journalists were pointing out the necessity of a great air offensive for the Allies, were showing that, in the matter of the possible supply of good air fighters, the Germans were altogether inferior to their antagonists, and that consequently they would be more and more at a disadvantage in the air as the air warfare was pressed. But the British mind was trained, so far that is as one can speak of it as being trained at all, to dread overpressure. The Western Allies, having won a certain ascendancy in the air in 1916, became so self-satisfied that the Germans, in spite of their disadvantages, were able to recover a kind of equality in 1917. And in the spring of 1918, the British, with their leeway recovered, were going easily in matters aerial, and the opinion that a great air offensive might yet end the war was regarded as the sign of a froward and revolutionary spirit. The Sea War had a parallel history. Long before 1914, Dr. Conan Doyle had written a story to illustrate the dangers of an unrestricted submarine attack, but no precaution whatever against such a possibility seemed to have been undertaken by the British Admiralty before the war at all. Great Britain was practically destitute of sea mines in the October of 1914, and even in the spring of 1918, after more than a year and a half of hostile submarine activity, after the British had lost millions of tons of shipping, after the people were on short commons and becoming very anxious about the rations, the really very narrow channel of the North Sea, rarely is it more than 300 miles wide, which was the only way out the Germans possessed, was still unfenced against the coming and going of these most vulnerable pests. It is hard not to blame individual men and groups when the affairs of a nation go badly. It is so much easier to change men than systems. The former satisfies every instinct in the fierce, suspicious hearts of men. The latter demands the bleakest of intellectual efforts. The former justifies the healthy, wholesome relief of rioting. The latter necessitates self-control. The country was at sixes and sevens because its education, by school and college, by book and speech and newspaper, was confused and superficial and incomplete, and its education was confused and superficial and incomplete because its institutions were a patched-up system of traditions, compromises, and interests, devoid of any clear and single guiding idea of a national purpose. The only wrongs that really matter to mankind are the undramatic general wrongs, but the only wrongs that appeal to the uneducated imagination are individual wrongs. It is so much more congenial to the ape in us to say that if Mr. Asquith hadn't been lazy, or Mr. Lloyd George disingenuous, then out with the halter, and don't bother about yourself. As though the worst of individuals can be anything more than the indicating pustule of a systemic malaise. For his own part, Oswald was always reviling schoolmasters, as though they, alone among men, had the power to rise triumphant over all their circumstances, and wouldn't. He had long since forgotten Mr. Mackinder's apology. He limped and fretted to and fro across the lawn in his struggle to get out of his jungle of wrathful thoughts, about drowned Negroes and rejected inventions, and about the Baltic failure, and about Gough of the Curragh and St. Quentin, to general and permanent things. Education, he said aloud, struggling against his obsessions. Education. I have to tell them what it ought to be, how it is more or less the task of every man, how it can unify the world, how it can save mankind. And then, after a little pause, with apparent complete irrelevance, damn Aunt Charlotte. Nowadays, quite little things would suddenly assume a tremendous and devastating importance to Oswald. In his pocket, not folded but crumpled up, was an insulting letter from Lady Charlotte Sydenham, and the thought of it was rankling bitterly in his mind. The days were long past when he could think of the old lady as of something antediluvian in quality, a queer, ungainly megatherium floundering about in a new age, from which her kind would presently vanish altogether. He was beginning to doubt more and more about her imminent disappearance. She had greater powers of survival than he had supposed. He was beginning to think that she might outlive him. There was much more of her in England than he had ever suspected. All through the war, she, or a voice indistinguishable from hers, had bawled unchastened in the Morning Post. On many occasions he had seemed to see her hard blue eye and bristling whisker glaring at him through a kind of translucency in the sheets of the Times. Once or twice in France he had recognized her, or something very like her, in red tabs and gilt lace at GHQ. These were sick fancies, no doubt, mere fantastic intimations of the stout resistances the Anglican culture could still offer before it loosened its cramping grip upon the future of England and the world. Evidence rather of his own hypersensitized condition than of any perennial quality in her. The old lady had played a valiant part in the early stages of the war. She had interested herself in the persecution of all Germans not related to royalty, who chanced to be in the country, and had even employed private detectives in one or two cases that had come under her notice. She had been forced most unjustly to defend a libel case brought by a butcher named Stern, whom she had denounced as of German origin and a probable poisoner of the community, in the very laudable belief that his name was spelled Stern. She felt that his indubitable British ancestry and honesty only enhanced the deception and made the whole thing more alarming. But the jury, being no doubt tainted with pacifism, thought, or pretended to think, otherwise. She had had a reconciliation with her old antagonist, the Pankhurst section of the Suffragettes, and she had paid 20 annual subscriptions to their loyal and outspoken publication, Britannia, directing 12 copies to be sent to suitable recipients, Oswald was one of the favored ones, and herself receiving and blue penciling the remaining 8 before dispatching them to such public characters as she believed would be most beneficially cowed or instructed by the articles she had marked. She also subscribed liberally to the British Empire Union, an organization so patriotic that it extended its hostility to Russians, Americans, Irishmen, neutrals, President Wilson, the League of Nations, and similar infringements of the importance and dignity of Lady Charlotte and her kind. She remained at Chastelin's, where she had laid in an ample store of provisions quite early in the war. 2 sacks of moldy flour and a side of bacon in an advanced state of decomposition had been buried at night by Cashel, all through the Zeppelin raids, and she played a prominent rather than a pacifying part in the Red Cross politics of that part of Surrey. She induced several rich Jewesses of Swiss, Dutch, German, or Austrian origin to relieve the movement of their names and, what was still better, of the frequently quite offensively large subscriptions with which they overshadowed those who had the right to lead in such matters. She lectured also in the National Economy campaign on several occasions, for like most thoughtful women of her class and type, she was deeply shocked by the stories she had heard of extravagance among our overpaid munitions workers. After a time, the extraordinary meanness of the authorities in restricting her petrol obliged her in self-respect to throw up this branch of her public work. She was in London during one of the early Gotha raids, but she conceived such a disgust at the cowardice of the lower classes on this occasion that she left town the next day and would not return thither. The increasing scarcity of petrol and the onset of food rationing, which threatened to spread all over England, drove her to Ulster. In spite of the submarine danger that might have deterred a less stout-hearted woman, she took a small furnished house in a congenial district and found herself one of a little circle of ultra-patriotic refugees, driven like herself from England by un-English restrictions upon the nourishment of the upper classes and the spread of the pacifist tendencies of Lord Lansdowne. "If the cowards must make peace," said Lady Charlotte, "at least give me leave to be out of it." Considering everything, Ulster was at that time as comfortably and honorably out of the war as any other part of the world, and all that seemed needed to keep it safely out to the end was a little tactful firmness in the Dublin Convention. There was plenty of everything in the loyal province at that time: men, meat, butter, Dublin stout, and self-righteousness, and Lady Charlotte expanded again like a flower in the sun. She reverted to driving in a carriage. It was nice to sit once more behind a stout, able-bodied coachman with a cockade, with a perfect excuse for neutrality, and she still did her best for Old England from 11 to 1, and often from 5 to 6, by writing letters and dabbling in organization. Oswald she kept in mind continually. Almost daily he would get newspaper cuttings from her detailing Sinn Féin outrages, or blue-marked leading articles agitating for a larger share of the munitions industry for Belfast, or good hot stuff, deeply underlined, from the speeches of Sir Edward Carson. One dastardly Sinn Féiner, Oswald learnt, had even starved himself to death in jail, a most unnatural offence to Lady Charlotte. She warmed up tremendously over the insidious attempts of the Prime Minister and a section of the press to get all the armies in France and Italy under one supreme generalissimo and end the dislocated muddling that had so long prolonged the war. It was a change that might have involved the replacement of regular generals by competent ones, and it imperiled everything that was most dear to the old lady's heart. It was an insult to the king's uniform, she wrote, a revolution. I knew that this sort of thing would begin if we let those Americans come in. We ought not to have let them come in. What good are they to us? What can they know of war? A crowd of ignorant Republican renegades. British generals to be criticized and their prospects injured by French Roman Catholics and atheists and chewing, expectorating Yankees and every sort of low foreigner. What is the world coming to? Sir Douglas Haig has been exactly where he is for 2 years. Surely he knows the ground better than anyone else can possibly do. Once the theme of Lady Charlotte got loose in Oswald's poor old brain, it began a special worry of its own. He found his mind struggling with the assertions and arguments, as this involved trying to remember exactly what she had said in this letter of hers, and as it was in his pocket, he presently chose the lesser of 2 evils and took it out to read over. I suppose you have read in the papers what is happening in Clare. The people are plowing up grassland. It is as bad as that man Prothero. They raid gentlemen's houses to seize arms. They resist the police. That man Devil Era, so I must call him, speaks openly of a republic. Devil Era and Devil In. Is it a coincidence merely? All this comes of our ill-timed leniency after the Dublin Rebellion. When will England learn the lesson Cromwell taught her? He was a wicked man. He made one great mistake for which he is no doubt answering to his Maker throughout all eternity, but he certainly did know how to manage these Irish. If he could come back now, he would be on our side. He would have had his lesson. Your Bolshevik friends go on murdering and cutting throats, I see, like true Republicans. Happily, the White Guard seem to be getting the upper hand in Finland. In the end, I suppose we shall be driven to a peace with the Huns as the worst of two evils. If we do, it will be only your Bolsheviks and pacifists and strikers and bolos who will be to blame. The whining and cowardice of the East Indiers disgusts me more and more. You read, I suppose, the account of the disgraceful panic during the air raid the other day in the East End, due entirely to foreigners of military age, mostly, no doubt, your Russian Bolsheviks. I am well away from such a rabble. I suffer from rheumatism here. I know it is rheumatism. What you say about gout is nonsense. In spite of its loyalty, Ulster is damp. I pine more and more for the sun and warmth of Italy. Unwin must needs make herself very tiresome and peevish nowadays. These are not cheerful times for me, but one must do one's bit for one's country, I suppose, unworthy though it may be. So Mr. Peter is back in England again, wounded after his flying about in the air. I suppose he is tasting the delights of matrimony, such as they are. What an affair. Someone told me long ago that it would happen. I tried to separate them. My instincts warned me, and my instincts were right. Breed is breed, and the servant strain came out in her. You can't say I didn't warn you. Why you let them marry, I cannot imagine. I am sure the young lady would have dispensed with that ceremony. I still think at times of that queer scene I passed on the road when I came to Pelham Ford that Christmas. A second string, no doubt of it. But Peter was her great chance, of course, thanks to your folly. Well, let us hope that in the modern way they won't have any children, for nothing is more certain than that these interbreeding marriages are most harmful, and whether we like it or not, you have to remember they are first cousins, if not in the sight of the law, at any rate in the sight of God, which is what matters in this respect. Mr. Grimes, who has studied these things in his leisure time, tells me that there is a very great probability indeed that any child will be blind or malformed or consumptive. Let us hope the latter, if not actually stillborn, which, of course, would be the best thing that could possibly happen. At this point, Oswald became aware of Joan coming out of the house towards him. He looked at his watch. "Much too early yet, Joan," he said. "Yes, but I want to be meeting him," said Miss Joan. So they walked down to the station and waited for a long time on the platform, and Joan said very little to Oswald because she was musing pleasantly. When the train came in, neither Joan nor Peter took much notice of Oswald after the first greeting. I do not see what else he could have expected. They were deeply in love, and they had been apart for a couple of weeks. They were excited by each other and engrossed in each other. Oswald walked beside them up the road, apart. "I've got some work," he said abruptly in the hall. "See you at lunch," and then went into his study and shut the door upon them, absurdly disappointed. End of section 35. Section 36 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Oswald's Valediction, Part 2. Peter came on Wednesday. It was not until Friday that Oswald found an opportunity to deliver his valediction. But he had rehearsed it, or rather he had been rehearsing experimental fragments of it for most of the night before. On Thursday night, the cloudy malaise of his mind broke and cleared. Things fell into their proper places in his thoughts, and he could feel that his ideas were no longer distorted and confused. The valediction appeared, an ordered discourse. If only he could hold out through a long talk, he felt he would be able to make himself plain to them. He lay in the darkness, putting together phrase after phrase, sentence after sentence, developing a long and elaborate argument, dipping down into parentheses, throwing off footnotes, resuming his text. For the most part, Joan and Peter remained silent hearers of this discourse. Now his ratiocination glowed so brightly that they were almost forgotten. Now they came into the discussion, they assisted, they said helpful and understanding things, they raised simple and obvious objections that were beautifully overcome. "What is education up to?" he would begin. "What is education?" Then came a sentence that he repeated in the stillness of his mind quite a number of times. "Consider this beast we are, this thing man." He did not reckon with Peter's tendency to prompt replies. He would begin in the broadest, most elementary way. "Consider this beast we are, this thing man." So he framed his opening. "A creature restlessly experimental, mischievous and destructive, as sexual as a monkey, and with no really strong social instincts, no such tolerance of his fellows as a deer has, no such instinctive self-devotion as you find in a bee or an ant, a solitary animal, a selfish animal. And yet this creature has now made for itself such conditions that it must be social, must be. or destroy itself. Continually, it invents fresh means by which man may get at man to injure him or help him. That is one view of the creature, Peter, from your biological end. Here, Peter was to nod and remain attentively waiting the next development. And at the same time, there grows upon all of us a sense of a common being and a common interest. Biologically separate, we unify spiritually. More and more do men feel, I am not for myself. There is something in me that belongs to a greater being than myself, of which I am a part. I won't philosophize. I won't say which may be in the nature of cause and which of effect here. You can put what I have said in a dozen different ways. We may say, the individual must live in the species and find his happiness there. That is, biologies, our language, Peter. Or, we can quote, I am the true vine, and ye are the branches. Oswald's mind rested on that for a time. That is not our language, Peter, but it is the same idea. Essentially, it is the same idea. Or we can talk of the one and the many. We can say we all live in the mercy of Allah, or if you are a liberal Jew, that we are all a part of Israel. It seems to me that all these formula are so much spluttering and variation over one idea. Doesn't it to you? Men can quarrel mortally even upon the question of how they shall say brotherhood. Here for a time Oswald's mind paused. He embarked upon a great and wonderful parenthesis upon religious intolerance in which he at last lost himself completely. I don't see that men need fall out about religion, was his main proposition. There was a time when I was against all religions. I denounced priestcraft and superstition and so on. That is past. That is past. I want peace in the world. Men's minds differ more about initial things than they do about final things. Some men think in images, others in words and abstract ideas. But yet the two sorts can think out the same practical conclusions. A lot of these chapels and churches only mean a difference in language, difference in dialect. Often they don't mean the same things, those religious people, by the same words, but often contrariwise, they mean the same things by different words. The deaf man says the dawn is bright and red, and the blind man says it is a sound of birds. It is the same dawn, the same dawn. One man says God, and thinks of a person who is as much of a person as Joan is, and another says God, and thinks of an idea more abstract than the square root of -1. That's a tangle in the primaries of thought, and not a difference in practical intention. One can argue about such things forever. One can make a puzzle with a bit of wire that will bother and exasperate people for hours. Is it any wonder, then, if stating what is at the root of life bothers and exasperates people? Personally, I should say now that all religions are right, and none of them very happy in the words and symbols they choose. And none of them are calm enough, not peaceful enough. They are all floundering about with symbols and metaphors, and it is a pity they will not admit it. Why will people never admit their intellectual limitations in these matters? All the great religions have this in common, this idea in common. They profess to teach the universal brotherhood of man and the universal reign of justice. Why argue about phrases? Why not put it in this fashion? For a long time, Oswald argued about phrases before he could get back to the main thread of his argument. Men have to be unified. They are driven to seek unity, and they are still with the individualized instincts of a savage. See then what education has to be? The process of taking this imperfectly social, jealous, deeply savage creature and socializing him. The development of education and the development of human societies are one and the same thing. Education makes the social man. So far as schooling goes, it is quite plainly that. You teach your solitary beast to read and write, you teach him to express himself by drawing, you teach him other languages perhaps, and something of history and the distribution of mankind. What is it all but making this creature, who would naturally possess only the fierce, narrow sociability of a savage family in a cave, into a citizen in a greater community? That is how I see it. That primarily is what has been done to you. An uneducated man is a man who can talk to a few score familiar people with a few hundred words. You too can talk to a quarter of mankind. With the help of a little translation, you can get to the understandings with most of mankind. As a child learns the accepted language and the accepted writing and the laws and rules of life, it learns the community. Watching the education of you two has made me believe more and more in the idea that, over and above the enlargement of expression and understanding, education is the state explaining itself to and incorporating the will of the individual. Yes, but what state? What state? Now we come to it. Oswald began to stretch out a universal history. There is no limit to these intellectual enterprises of the small hours. All history is the record of an effort in man to form communities, an effort against resistance, against instinctive resistance. There seems no natural and proper limit to a human community. That's my great point. That's what I have to tell them. That is the final teaching of history, Joan and Peter, the very quintessence of history, that limitlessness of the community. As soon as men get a community of any size organized, it begins forthwith to develop roads, wheels, writing, shipbuilding, and all manner of things which presently set a fresh growth growing again. Let that too go on. Presently comes steam, mechanical traction, telegraphy, the telephone, wireless, aeroplanes. And each means an extension of range, and each, therefore, demands a larger community. There seems no limit to the growth of states. I remember, Peter, a talk we had. We agreed that this hackneyed analogy people draw between the life and death of animals and the life and death of states was bad and silly. It isn't the same thing, Joan, at all. An animal, you see, has a limit of size. It develops no new organs for further growth when it has reached that limit. It breeds its successors. It ages naturally. When it dies for good and all, and is cleared away. Exactly the reverse is true of a human community. Exactly? Yes, exactly. If it can develop its educational system steadily, note that, if it can keep up communications, a state can go on indefinitely, conquering, ousting, assimilating. Even an amoeba breaks up after growth, but a human community need not do so. And so far from breeding successors, it kills them if it can. Like Fraser's priest, or was it Aricia? The priest of Diana, the priest of the Golden Bough. Oswald picked up his thread again after a long, half-dreaming excursion in Fraserland. It is just this limitlessness, this potential immortality of states, that makes all the confusion and bloodshed of history. What is happening in the world today? What is the essence of it all? The communities of today are developing range, faster than ever they did. Aeroplanes, guns, swifter ships, everywhere an increasing range of action. That is the most important fact to grasp about the modern world. It is the key fact in politics. From the first dawn of the human story, you see man in a kind of a puzzled way, how shall I put it, pursuing the boundary of his possible community, which always recedes, which recedes now faster than ever, until it brings him to a fatal war and disaster. Over and over again, it is the same story. If you had a colored historical atlas of the world, the maps would just be a series of great dabs of empire, spreading, coming against resistances, collapsing. Each dab tries to devour the world and fails. There is no natural limit to a human community, no limit in time or space, except one. Genus, Homo, species, sapiens, mankind, that is the only limit. Peter perhaps might be led up to saying that. What has the history of education always been? A series of little teaching chaps trying to follow up and fix the fluctuating boundaries of communities. An image came into Oswald's head that pleased him and led him on. Like an insufficient supply of upholsterers trying to overtake and tack down a carpet that was blowing away in front of a gale. An insufficient supply of upholsterers, and the carpet always growing as it blows. That's good. They were trying to fix something they hadn't clearly defined, and you have a lot of them still hammering away at their tacks when the edge of the carpet has gone on far ahead. That was really the state of education in England when I took you two young people in hand. The carpet was in the air, and most of the schoolmasters, schoolmistresses, writers, teachers, journalists, and all who build up and confirm ideas were hammering in tacks where the carpet had been resting the day before yesterday. But a lot were not even hammering. No, they just went easy. Yes, that is what I mean when I say that education was altogether at loose ends. But Germany was different. Germany was teaching, and teaching in schools, colleges, press, everywhere, this new imperialism of hers, a sort of patriotic melodrama, with Britain as Carthage, and Berlin instead of Rome. They pointed the whole population to that end. They taught this war. All over the world, 1,000 other educational systems pointed in 1,000 directions. So Germany set fire to the phoenix. Only one other great country had any sort of state education, real state education, that is. The United States was also teaching citizenship, on a broader, if shallower basis, a wider citizenship, goodwill to all mankind. Shallower certainly, but it was there, a Republican culture. Candor, generosity. The world has still to realize its debt to the common schools of America. This League of Free Nations, of which all men are dreaming and talking, this World Republic, is the rediscovered outline, the proper teaching of all real education, the necessary outline now of human life. There is nothing else to do, nothing else that people of our sort can do at all, nothing but baseness, grossness, vileness, and slavery, unless we live now as a part of that process of a world peace. Our lives have got to be political lives. All lives have to be made political lives. We can't run about loose anymore. This idea of a worldwide commonwealth, this ideal of an everlasting world peace in which we are to live and move and have our being, has to be built up in every school, in every mind, in every lesson. You belong, and the world belongs to you. What ought one to teach when one teaches geography, for instance, but the common estate of mankind? Here, the teacher should say, are mountains and beautiful cities you may live to see. Here are plains where we might grow half the food of mankind. Here are the highways of our common life, and here are pleasant byways where you may go. All this is your inheritance, your estate, to rejoice in and serve. But is that how geography is taught? We used to learn lists of the British possessions, with their total exports and imports in money. I remember it as if it were yesterday. Old Smuggs, a hot new imperialist, knew then. Then what is history but a long struggle of men to find peace and safety, and how they have been prevented by baseness and greed and folly? Is that right? No, folly and baseness and hate. Hate, certainly. All history is one dramatic story of man blundering his way from the lonely ape to the world commonwealth. All history is each man's adventure. But what teacher makes history much more than a dwarfish twaddle about boundaries and kings and wars? Dwarfish twaddle. History. It went nowhere. It did nothing. Was there ever anything more like a crowd of people getting into an omnibus without wheels than the history schools at Oxford, or your history tripos? Oswald repeated his image and saw that it was good. What is the teaching of a language again, but teaching the knowledge of another people, an exposition of the soul of another people, a work of union? But you see what I mean by all this idea of a great world of cooperating peoples. It is not just a diplomatic scheme, not something far off that foreign offices are doing. It is an idea that must revolutionize the lessons of a child in the nursery, and alter the maps upon every schoolroom wall, and frame our lives altogether, or be nothing. The world peace. To that we all belong. I have a fancy, as though this idea had been hovering over the world, unsubstantial, unable to exist, until all this bloodletting, this torment and disaster, gave it a body. What I am saying to you, the university ought to have said to you. Instead of universities, he sought for a phrase, and produced one that against the nocturnal dart seemed brilliant and luminous. Instead of the university passant regardant, we want the university militant. We want universities all round and about the world, associated, working to a common end, drawing together all the best minds and the finest wills, a myriad of multicolored threads, into one common web of a world civilization. Also that night, Oswald made a discourse upon the English. Yours is a great inheritance, Joan and Peter, he said to the darkness. You are young. That is a great thing in itself. The world cries out now for the young to enter into possession. And also, do you ever think of it? You are English, Joan and Peter. Let me say something to you before we have done, something out of my heart. Have I ever canted patriotism to you? No. Am I an aggressive imperialist? Am I not a home ruler? For Ireland? For India? The best years of my life have been spent in saving black men from white, and mostly those white men were of our persuasion, men of the buccaneer strain, on the loot. But now that we three are here together, with no one else to hear us, I will confess. I tell you, there is no race and no tradition in the whole world that I would change for my English race and tradition. I do not mean the brief tradition of this little Buckingham Palace and Westminster system here that began yesterday and will end tomorrow. I mean the great tradition of the English that is spread all over the earth, the tradition of Shakespeare and Milton, of Newton and Bacon, of Runnymede and Agincourt, the tradition of the men who speak fairly and act fairly, without harshness and without fear, who face whatever odds there are against them and take no account of kings. It is in Washington and New York and Christchurch and Sydney just as much as it is in Pelham Ford. Well, upon us more than upon any other single people rests now for a time the burthen of human destiny. Upon us and France. France is the spearhead, but we are the shaft. If we fail, mankind may fail. We English have made the greatest empire that the world has ever seen. Across the Atlantic, we have also made the greatest republic. And these are but phases in our task. The better part of our work still lies before us. The weight is on us now. It was Milton who wrote long ago that when God wanted some task of peculiar difficulty to be done, he turned to his Englishmen. And he turns to us today. Old Milton saw English shine clear and great for a time, and then pass into the darkness. He didn't lose his faith. Church and crown are no part of the real England which we inherit. We have no reason to be ashamed of our race and country, Joan and Peter. For all the confusion and blundering of these last years, our generals and politicians have missed opportunity after opportunity. I cannot talk yet of such things. The blundering, slackness, Hanoverian England with its indolence, its dullness, its economic uncleanness, its canting individualism, its contempt for science and system, has been an England darkened, an England astray. Young England has had to pay at last for all those wasted years, and has paid, my God. The men we have expended already in fighting these Germans, the brave, beautiful men, the jesting common men, the fresh boys, so cheerful and kind and gallant, and the happiness that has died, and the shame of following after clumsy, mean leadership in the sight of all the world. But there rests no stain on our blood. For our people here, and for the Americans, this has been a war of honor. We did not come into this war for sordid or narrow ends. Our politicians, when they made base treaties, had to hide them from our people. Even in the face of the vilest outrages, even now, the English keep a balanced justice, and will not hate the German common men for things they have been forced to do. Yesterday, I saw the German prisoners who work at Stanton getting into the train and joking with their guard. They looked well-fed and healthy and uncowed. One carried a bunch of primroses. No one has an ill word for these men on all the countryside. Does any other people in the world treat their prisoners as we treat them? Well, the time has come for our people now to go on from empire and from Monroe Doctrine, great as these ideas have been, to something still greater. The time has come for us to hold out our hands to every man in the world who is ready for a disciplined freedom. The German has dreamt of setting up a Caesar over the whole world. Against that, we now set up a disciplined world freedom, for ourselves and all mankind. Joan and Peter, that is what I have been coming to in all this wandering discourse. Yours is a great inheritance. You and your generation have to renew and justify England in a new world. You have to link us again in a common purpose with our kind everywhere. You have to rescue our destinies, the destinies of the world, from these stale quarrels. You have to take the world out of the hands of these weary and worn men, these old and oldish men, these men who can learn no more. You have to reach back and touch the England of Shakespeare, Milton, Raleigh, and Blake. And that means you have to go forward. You have to take up the English tradition as it was before church and court and debased imperialism perverted it. You have to become political, now. You have to become responsible, now. You have to create, now. You, with your fresh vision, with the lessons you have learnt still burning bright in your minds, you have to remake the world. Listen when the old men tell you facts, for very often they know. Listen when they reason. They will teach you many twists and turns. But when they dogmatize, when they still want to rule unquestioned, and, above all, when they say, impossible, even when they say, wait, be dilatory and discreet, push them aside. Their minds squat crippled beside dead traditions. That England of the Victorian old men, and its empire and its honors, and its court and precedences, it is all a dead body now. It has died as the war has gone on, and it has to be buried out of our way, lest it corrupt you and all the world again. We underrate the disposition of youth to think for itself. Oswald set himself to deliver this valediction of his after dinner on Friday evening. Joan was hesitating between a game of demon patience with Peter, in which she always played 13 to his 11, and usually won in spite of the handicap, and an inclination for Bach's Passacaglia upon the pianola in the study. Peter expressed himself ready for whatever she chose. He would play DP, or read Moll Flanders. He had just discovered the delight of that greatest of all 18th century novels. He was sitting on the couch in the library, and Joan was standing upon the hearthrug, regarding him thoughtfully, when Oswald came in. He stopped to hear what Peter was saying, with his one eye intent on Joan's pretty gravity. "No," he interrupted. "This is my evening." "You see," he said, coming up to the fire, "I want to talk to you young people. I want to know some things. I want to know what you make of life. I want an exchange of views." He stood with his back to the fire and smiled at Joan's grave face close to his own. "I've got to talk to you," he said, very seriously. "It's necessary." Having paralyzed them by this preface, he sat down in his deep armchair, pulled it an inch or so towards the fire, and, leaning forward, with his eye on the spitting coals, began. "I wish I could talk better, Joan and Peter. I know I've never been a good talker. It's been rather a loss between us all. And now, particularly, I want to talk. You must let me get it out in my own way. You see," he went on, after a moment or so to rally his forces, "I've been your guardian. I've had your education and your affairs in my hands for 15 years. So far as the affairs go, Sycamore, you know, we won't go into that. That's all plain sailing. But it's the education I want to talk about, and your future. You are now both of age, well past. You're on the verge of 25, Peter, in a month or so. You're both off now, housekeeping. You're dropping the pilot. It's high time, I suppose." Joan glanced at Peter, then sank noiselessly into a crouching attitude close to Oswald's knee. He paused to stroke her hair. "I've been trying to get you all that I could get you. Education. I've had to blunder and experiment. I ought to tell you what I've aimed at, and what I've done. Take stock with you of the world I've educated you for, and the part you're going to play in it. Take stock. It's been a badly planned undertaking, I know, but then it's such a surprising and unexpected world. All the time I've been learning, and most things I've learned more or less too late to use the knowledge properly." He paused. Peter looked at his guardian and said nothing. Oswald patted the head at his knee in return for a caress. It was an evasive, even apologetic pat, for he did not want to be distracted by affection just then. "This war has altered the whole world," he went on. "Life has become stark and intense. And when I took this on, when I took up the task of educating you, a world here seemed the most wrapped up and comfortable and secure world you can possibly imagine. Comfortable to the pitch of stuffiness. Most English people didn't trouble a bit about the shape of human life. They thought it was, well, rather like a heap of down cushions. For them it was. For most of Europe and America. They thought it was all right and perfectly safe, if only you didn't bother. And education had lost its way. Yes, that puts the case. Education had lost its way." Oswald paused again. He fixed his one eye firmly on a glowing cavity in the fire, as though that contained the very gist of his thoughts. "What is education up to?" he asked. "What is education?" Thereupon, of course, he thought to have gone on to the passage beginning, "Consider this beast we are, this thing man," as he had already rehearsed it overnight, but Peter had not learned his part properly. "I suppose it's fitting the square natural man into the round hole of civilized life," Peter threw out. This reply greatly disconcerted Oswald. "Exactly," he said, and was for some moments at a loss. "Yes," he said, rallying, "but what is civilized life?" "Oh, creative activities in an atmosphere of helpful goodwill," Peter tried in the brief pause that followed. Oswald had a disagreeable feeling that he was getting to the end of his discourse before he delivered its beginning. "Yes," he said again, "yes, but for that you must have a political form." "The world state," said Peter. "The League of Free Nations," said Oswald, "to enforce peace throughout the earth." The next remark that came from Peter was still more unexpected and embarrassing. "Peace is nothing," said Peter. Oswald turned his red eye upon his ward in profound amazement. Did they differ fundamentally in their idea of the human future? "Peace, my dear Peter, is everything," he protested. "But, sir, it's nothing more than the absence of war. It's a negative. In itself, it's vacuum. You can't live in a vacuum." "But I mean an active peace." "That would be something more than peace. War is an activity. Peace is not. If you take war out of the world, you must have some other activity." "But doesn't the organization of the world peace in itself constitute an activity?" "That would be a diminishing activity, sir. Like a man getting himself morphia and taking it and going to sleep. A world peace would release energy, and as the energy was released, if the end were merely peace, there would be less need for it, until things exploded. Great portions of Oswald's valediction broke away and vanished forever into the limbo of unspoken discourses. But would you have war go on, Peter? Not in its present form, but struggle and unification, which is the end sought in all struggles, must go on in some form, sir, said Peter, while life goes on. We have to get the world state and put an end to war, I agree. But the real question is, what are you going to do with our peace? What struggle is going to take the place of war? What is mankind going to do? Most wars have come about hitherto because somebody was bored. Do you remember how bored we all were in 1914? And the rotten way we were all going on then? A world state, or a league of nations with nothing to do but to keep the peace, will bore men intolerably. That's what I like about the Germans. What you like about the Germans? Oswald cried in horror. They did get a move on, sir, said Peter. We don't want a preventative League of Nations, Peter expanded. It's got to be creative or nothing, or else we shall be in a sort of perpetual coronation year, with nothing doing on account of the processions. Horrible. For a little while, Oswald made no reply. He could not recall a single sentence of the lost valediction that was at all appropriate here, and he was put out and distressed beyond measure that Peter could find anything to like about the Germans. A world peace for its own sake is impossible, Peter went on. The old experimenter would certainly put a spoke into that wheel. Who was the old experimenter? Asked Oswald. He's a sort of god I have, said Peter, something between theology and a fairy tale. I dreamt about him when I was delirious. He doesn't rule the world or anything of that sort, because he doesn't want to, but he keeps on dropping new things into it, to see what happens, like a man setting himself problems to work out in his head. He lives in a little out-of-the-way office. That's the idea. You haven't told me about him, said Joan. I shall someday, said Peter, when I feel so disposed. This is very disconcerting, said Oswald, much perplexed. He scowled at the fire before him. But you do realize the need there is for some form of world state and some ending of war, unless mankind is to destroy itself altogether. Certainly, sir, said Peter, but we aren't going to do that on a peace proposition simply. It's got to be a positive proposal. You know, sir, I wish you'd call me Nobby, said Oswald. It's a vice contracted in the army, this sirring, said Peter. It's Nobby in my mind, anyhow. But you see, I've got a kind of habit, at night and odd times, of thinking over my little misadventure with that balloon and my scrap with Von Papen. They are my stock dreams, with extra details worked in, nasty details some of them. And then I wake up and think about them. I think over the parachute affair more than the fight, because it lasted longer and I wasn't so active. I felt it more, especially being shot in the legs. That sort of dream when you float helpless. But the thing that impresses me most in reflecting on those little experiences is the limitless amount of intelligence that expended itself on such jobs as breaking my wrist, splintering my shoulder blade, and smashing up my leg. The amount of ingenuity and good workmanship in my instruments and the fittings of my basket, for example, was extraordinary, having regard to the fact that it was just one small item in an artillery system for blowing Germans to red rags. And the stuff and intelligence they were putting up against me, that too was wonderful, the way the whole problem had been thought out, the special clock fuse, and so on. Well, my point is that the chap who made that equipment wasn't particularly interested in killing me, and that the chaps who made my outfit weren't particularly keen on the slaughter of Germans, but they had nothing else to do. They were brought up in a pointless world. They were caught by a vulgar quarrel. What did they care for the Kaiser, old ass? What they were interested in was making the things. Peter became very earnest in his manner. No peace, as we have known peace hitherto, offers such opportunities for good inventive work as war does. That's my point, Nobby. There's no comparison between the excitement and the endless problems of making a real, live, efficient submarine, for example, that has to meet and escape the intensest risks, and the occupation of designing a great, big, safe, upholstered liner in which fat swindlers can cross the Atlantic without being seasick. War tempts imaginative, restless people, and a stagnant peace bores them. And you've got to reckon with intelligence and imagination in this world, Nobby, more than anything. They aren't strong enough to control, perhaps, but they will certainly upset. Inventive restless men are the particular instruments of my old experimenter. He prefers them now to plague, pestilence, famine, flood, and earthquake. They are more delicate instruments, and more efficient, and they won't stand a passive peace. Under no circumstances can you hope to induce the chap who contrived the clock fuse, and the chap who worked out my gas bag, or the chap with a new aeroplane gadget, and me too, to stop cerebrating and making our damnedest just in order to sit about safely in meadows joining up daisy chains, like a beastly lot of figures by Walter Crane. The old experimenter finds some mischief still for idle brains to do. He insists on it. That's fundamental to the scheme of things. But that's no reason, interrupted Oswald, why you and the inventors who were behind you, and the Germans who made and loaded and fired that shell, shouldn't all get together to do something that will grow and endure instead of killing one another. Ah, that's it, said Peter, but the word for that isn't peace. Then what is the word for it? I don't know, said Peter. The great game, perhaps. And where does it take you? Peter threw out his hands. It's an exploration, he said. It will take man to the center of the earth. It will take him to the ends of space, between the atoms and among the stars. How can we tell beforehand? You must have faith. But of one thing I am sure, that man cannot stagnate. It is forbidden. It is the uttermost sin. Why, the old man will come out of his office himself to prevent it. This war, and all the blood and loss of it, is because the new things are entangled amongst old and dead things, worn out and silly things, and we've not had the vigor to get them free. Old idiot nationality, national conceit expanding to imperialism, nationality in a state of megalomania, has been allowed to get a hold of the knife that was meant for a sane generation to carve out a new world with. Heaven send he cuts his own throat this time, or else there may be a next time. I am all for the one world state, and the end of flags and kings and custom houses, but I have my doubts of all this talk of making the world safe for democracy. I want the world made one for the adventure of mankind, which is quite another story. I have been in the world now, Nobby, for 25 years, and I am only beginning to suspect the wonder and beauty of the things we men might know and do. If only we could get our eyes and hands free of the old inheritance. What has mankind done yet to boast about? I despise human history, because I believe in God. Not the God you don't approve of, Nobby, but in my old experimenter, whom I confess I don't begin to understand, and in the far-off eternal scheme he hides from us, and which he means us to develop age by age. Oh, I don't understand him. I don't begin to explain him. He's just a figure for what I feel is the reality. But he is right. He is wonderful. And instead of just muddling about over the surface of his universe, we have to get into the understanding of it to the very limits of our ability, to live our utmost and do the intensest best we can. Yes, said Oswald. Yes. This was after his own heart, and yet it did not run along the lines of the valedictory that had flowered with such Corinthian richness overnight. He had been thinking then of world peace. What Peter was driving at now was a world purpose. But weren't the two, after all, the same thing? He sat with his one eye reflecting the red light of the fire, and the phrases that had come in such generous abundance overnight now refused to come at all. Peter, on the couch, continued to think aloud. Making the world safe for democracy, said Peter. That isn't quite it. If democracy means that any man may help who can, that school and university will give every man and woman the fairest chance, the most generous inducement to help, to do the thing he can best do under the best conditions, then yes. But if democracy means getting up a riot and boycott among the stupid and lazy and illiterate whenever anything is doing, then I say no. Every human being has got to work, has got to take part. If our laws and organization don't insist upon that, the old experimenter will. So long as the world is ruled by stale ideas and lazy ideas, he is determined that it shall flounder from war to war. Now what does this democracy mean? Does it mean a crowd of primitive brutes howling down progress and organization? Because if it does, I want to be in the machine gun section. When you talk of education, Nobby, you think of highly educated people, of a nation instructed through and through. But what of democracy in Russia, where you have a naturally clever people in a state of peasant ignorance, who can't even read? Until the schoolmaster has talked to everyone for 10 or 12 years, Can you have what President Wilson thinks of as democracy at all? Now there you meet me, said Oswald. That is the idea I have been trying to get at with you. And for some minutes, the palatial dimensions of the lost valedictory loomed out. Where he had said peace overnight, however, he now said progress. But the young man on the couch was much too keenly interested to make a good audience. When presently Oswald propounded his theory that all the great world religions were on the side of this world republic that he and Peter desired, Peter demurred. But is that true of Catholicism, for instance? Said Peter. Oswald quoted, I am the vine, and ye are the branches. Yes, said Peter, but look at the church itself. Don't look at the formula, but at the practice and the daily teaching. Is it truly a growing vine? The reality of Catholicism, Peter argued, was a traditional sacramental religion, a narrow fetish religion with a specialized priest. It was concerned primarily with another world. It set its face against any conception of a scheme of progress in this world apart from its legend of the sacrifice of the Mass. All good Catholics sneer at progress, said Peter. Take Belloc and Chesterton, for example. They hate the idea of men working steadily for any great scheme of effort here. They hold by stagnant standards planted deep in the rich mud of life. What's the Catholic conception of human life? Guzzle, booze, call the passion of the sexes unclean and behave accordingly, confess, get absolution, and at it again. Is there any recognition in Catholicism of the duty of keeping your body fit or your brain active? They're worse than the man who buried his talent in a clean napkin. They bury it in wheezy fat. It's a Slavin's life. What have we in common with that? Always they are hearkening back to the 13th century, to the peasant life amidst dung and chickens. It's a different species of mind from ours, with the head and feet turned backwards. What is the good of expecting the Pope, for instance, and his church to help us in creating a League of Nations? His aim would be a world agreement to stop progress, and we want to release it. He wants peace in order to achieve nothing, and we want peace in order to do everything. What is the good of pretending that it is the same peace? A Catholic League of Nations would be a conspiracy of stagnation, another holy alliance. What real-world unity can come through them? Every step on the way to the world state and the real unification of men will be fought by the stagnant men and the priests. Why blind ourselves to that? Progress is a religion in itself. Work and learning are our creed. We cannot make terms with any other creed. The priest has got his God, and we seek our God forever. The priest is finished and completed and self-satisfied, and we are beginning. There were 2 days yet before Peter went back to his work in London. Saturday dawned blue and fine, and Joan and he determined to spend it in a long tramp over the Herefordshire hills and fields. He meant to stand no nonsense from his foot. If I can't walk 4 miles an hour, then I must do 2, he said, and if the pace is too slow for you, Joan, you must run round and round me and bark. They took a long route by field and lane through Albury and Furneaux Pelham to the little inn at Stocking Pelham, where they got some hard biscuits and cheese and shandygaff, and came home by way of Patmore Heath and the Golden Oaks and the rivulet. And as they went, Peter talked of Oswald. Naturally, he wants to know what we are going to do, said Peter, and then, rather inconsequently, he's ill. This war is like a wasting fever in the blood and in the mind, said Peter. All Europe is ill, but with him it mixes with the old fever. That splinter at Frycourt was no joke for him. He oughtn't to have gone out. He's getting horribly lean, and his eye is like a garnet. I love him, said Joan. But she did not want to discuss Oswald just then. About this new theology of yours, Peter, she said. Well, said Peter, what do you mean by this old experimenter of yours? Is he God? I don't know. I thought he was. He's a symbol. He's just a caricature I made to express how all this, Peter swept his arms across the sunlit world, seems to stand to me. If one can't draw the thing any better, one has to make a caricature. Joan considered that gravely. I thought of him first in my dream as the God of the universe, Peter explained. But you couldn't love a God like that, Joan remarked. Heavens, no. He's too vast, too incomprehensible. I love you, and Oswald, and the RFC, Joan, and biology, but he's above and beyond that sort of thing. Could you pray to him? Asked Joan. Not to him, said Peter. I pray, said Joan, don't you? And swear, said Peter. One prays to something, it isn't oneself. The fashion nowadays is to speak of the God in the heart and the God in the universe. Is it the same God? Leave it at that, said Peter. We don't know. And all the waste and muddle in religion is due to people arguing and asserting that they are the same, that they are different but related, or that they are different but opposed, and so on and so on. How can we know? What need is there to know, in view of the little jobs we are doing? Let us leave it at that. Joan was silent for a while. I suppose we must, she said. And what are we going to do with ourselves? Asked Joan, when the war is over. They can't keep us in khaki forever, Peter considered. There's a Ministry of Reconstruction foozling away in London, but it's never said a word to me of the someday that is coming. I suppose it hasn't learned to talk yet. What do you think of doing? Asked Joan. Well, first, a good medical degree. Then I can doctor if I have to. But if I'm good enough, I shall do research. I have a sort of feeling that along the borderline of biology and chemistry, I might do something useful. I have some ideas. I suppose I shall go back to Cambridge for a bit. We neither of us need earn money at once. It will be queer, after being a grown-up married man, to go back to Proctor's and Bulldogs. What are you going to do, Joan, when you get out of uniform? Look after you first, Peter. Oh, it's worth doing, and it won't take me all my time. And then I've got my own ideas. Out with them, Joan. Well? Peter, I shall learn plumbing. Jobbing? No, and bricklaying and carpentry. All I can. And then I'm going to start building houses. Architect? As little as possible, said Joan. No beastly architecture for art's sake for me. Do you remember how people used to knock their heads about at the Inglenook? I've got some money. Why shouldn't I be able to build houses as well as the fat buildermen with big flat thumbs who used to build houses before the war? Jerry building? High-class jerry building, if you like. Cottages with sensible insides, real insides, and not so much waste space and scramping to make up for it. There are 500,000 houses short in this country already. There's something in building that appeals to my sort of imagination, and I'm going to make money, Peter. I love the way you carry your tale, said Peter, always. Well, doing running repairs hardens a woman's soul. You'll make more money than I shall, perhaps. But now I begin to understand all these extraordinary books you've been studying. I might have guessed. Why not? He limped along, considering it. Why shouldn't you? He said. A service flat will leave your hands free. I've always wondered secretly why women didn't plunge into that sort of business more. It's just been diffidence, said Joan. Click, said Peter. That's gone anyhow. If a lot of women do as you do and become productive for good, this old muddle of a country will sit up in no time. It doubles the output. I wonder if the men will like working under you. There'll be a boss in the background, said Joan, Mr. John Debenham, who will never turn up, being, in fact, no more than camouflage for Joan of that ilk. I shall be just my own messenger and agent. One thing I know, said Joan, and that is that I will make a cottage or flat that won't turn a young woman into an old one in 10 years' time. Living in that Jepson flat without a servant has brightened me up in a lot of ways, and a child will grow up in my cottages without being crippled in its mind by awkwardness and ugliness. This sort of thing has always been woman's work, really, only we've been too busy chittering and powdering our silly noses, and laying snares for our Peters, who didn't know what was good for them. Peter laughed and was amused. He felt a pleasant assurance that Joan really was going to build houses. Joan, he said, it's a bleak world before us, and I hate to think of Nobby. He's so ill. But the work, the good hard work, there's times when I rather like to think of that. They were beastly years just before the war. I hated them, said Joan. Well, what a lot of stuff there was about, said Peter. The petrol, given away practically along the roadside everywhere, and the joints of meat. Do you remember the big hams we used to have on the sideboard? For breakfast, a lot of sausages going sizzle, eggs galore, bacon, haddock, perhaps cutlets, and the way one could run off abroad. To Italy, said Joan dangerously. God knows when those times will come back again. Not for years, not for our lifetimes. If they came back all at once, we'd have indigestion, said Joan. Orgy, said Peter. But they won't. Presently, their note became graver. We've got to live our lives like fanatics. If a lot of us don't live like fanatics, this staggering old world of ours won't recover. It will stagger and then go flop, and a race of Bolshevik peasants will breed pigs among the ruins. We owe it to ourselves. We owe it to the world to prevent that. And we owe it to the ones who have died, said Joan. She hesitated, and then she began to tell him something of the part Wilmington had played in their lives. They went through field after field, through gates and over stiles, and by a coppice spangled with primroses, while she told him of the part that Wilmington had played in bringing them together. Wilmington, who was now no more than grey soil where the battle still raged in France. Many were the young people who talked so of dead friends in those days. Their voices became grave and faintly deferential, as though they had invoked a third presence to mingle with their duologue. They were very careful to say nothing, and to think as little as possible that might hurt Wilmington's self-love. Presently they found themselves speculating again about the kind of world that lay ahead of them, whether it would be a wholly poor world, or a poverty-struck world infested and devastated by a few hundred millionaires and their followings. Poor we were certain to be. We should either be sternly poor or meanly poor, but Peter was disposed to doubt whether the war millionaires would get away with the swag. "There's too much thinking and reading nowadays for that," said Peter. "They won't get away with it. This is a new age, Joan. If they try that game, they won't have 5 years' run." "No, it would be a world generally poor, a tired but chastened world getting itself into order again. Would there be much music in the years ahead? Much writing or art? Would there be a new theater and the excitement of first nights again? Should we presently travel by airplane and find all the world within a few days' journey?" They were both prepared to resign themselves to 10 years of work and scarcity, but they both clung to the hope of returning prosperity and freedom after that. "Well, well, Joan," said Peter. "These times teach us to love. I'm crippled. We've got to work hard, but I'm not unhappy. I'm happier than I was when I had no idea of what I wanted in life, when I lusted for everything and was content with nothing, in the days before the war. I'm a wise old man now, with my stiff wrist and my game leg. You change everything, Joan. You make everything worthwhile." "I'd like to think it was me," said Joan idiomatically. "It's you. After all, there must be some snatches of holiday. I shall walk with you through beautiful days, as we are doing today, days that would only be like empty silk purses if it wasn't that they held you in them. Scenery and flowers and sunshine mean nothing to me until you come in. I'm blind until you give me eyes. Joan, do you know how beautiful you are? When you smile, when you stop to think, frowning a little, when you look, yes, just like that." "No," said Joan, but very cheerfully. "But you are endlessly beautiful, endlessly. Making love to Joan, it's the intensest of joys, every time as if one had just discovered her." "There's a certain wild charm about Peta," Joan admitted, "for a coarse taste." "After all, whether it's set in poverty or plenty," said Peter, "whether it's rational or irrational, making love is still at the heart of us humans." For a time, they exulted shamelessly in themselves. They talked of the good times they had had together in the past. They revived memories of Bungo Peter and the sagas that had slumbered in silence since the first dawn of adolescence. She recalled a score of wonderful stories and adventures that he had altogether forgotten. She had a far clearer and better memory for such things than he. "Do you remember Lightning Slick, Peta, and how the days went faster? Do you remember how he put Lightning Slick on his bicycle?" But Peter had forgotten that. "And when we fought for that picture you made of Adela," Joan said, "when I bit you, it was my first taste of you, Peta. You tasted dusty." "I suppose we've always had a blind love for each other," said Peter. "Always." "I hated you to care for anyone but myself," said Joan. "Since ever I can remember. I hated even Billy." "It's well we found out in time," said Peter. "I found out," said Joan. "Ever since we stopped being boy and girl together," said Peter, "I've never been at peace in my nerves and temper till now. Now I feel as though I swung free in life, safe, sure, content." "Content?" weighed Joan suspiciously. "But you're still in love with me, Peta." "Not particularly in love," said Peter. "No, but I'm loving you, as the June sun loves an open meadow, shining all over it. I shall always love you, Joan, because there's no one like you in all the world, no one at all. Making love happens, but love endures. How can there be companionship and equality except between the like? Who can keep step? Who can climb together, joke broad and shameless, and never struggle for the upper hand? And where in all the world shall I find that, Joan, but in you? Listen to wisdom, Joan. There are two sorts of love between men and women, and only two. Love like the love of big carnivores who know their mates and stick to them, or love like some man who follows a woman home because he's never seen anything like her before. I've done with that sort of love forever. There's men who like to exaggerate every difference in women. They pretend women are mysterious and dangerous and wonderful. They like sex served up with lies and lingerie. Where is the love in that? Give me my old brown, Joan. Not so beastly brown, said Joan. Joan, nature. Tut tut, said Joan. There's people who scent themselves to make love, said Peter. Experienced, Peter, said Joan. I've read of it, said Peter, and a little pause fell between them. Everyone ought to be like us, said Joan sagely, with the spring sunshine on her dear face. It takes all sorts to make a world, said Peter. Everybody ought to have a lover, said Joan. Everybody. There's no clean life without it. We've been through some beastly times, Joan. We've run some beastly risks. We've just scrambled through, Joan, to love, as I scrambled through to life, after being put down and shot at. Presently Joan suspected a drag in Peter's paces, and decided at the sight of a fallen tree in a little grass lane to profess fatigue. They sat down upon the scaly trunk, just opposite to where a gate pierced a budding hedge and gave a view of a long, curved ridge of sunlit blue, shooting corn with red budding and green powdered trees beyond, and far away a woldy upland rising out of an intervening hidden valley. And Peter admitted that he, too, felt a little tired, but each was making a pretense for the sake of the other. We've rediscovered a lot of the old things, Joan, said Peter. The war has knocked sense into us. There wasn't anything to work for. There wasn't much to be loyal to in the days of the Marconi scandals and the coronation durbar. Slack times. More despair in them by far than in these red days. Rotten, aimless times. Oh, the world's not done for. I don't grudge my wrist or my leg, said Peter. I can hop. I've still got 45 years, 50 perhaps, to spend in this new world. He said no more for a time. There were schemes in his head, so immature as yet that he could not even sketch them out to her. He sat with his eyes dreaming, and Joan watched him. There was much of the noble beast in this Peter of hers. In the end, now, she was convinced he was going to be an altogether noble beast, through her. He was hers to cherish, to help, to see grow. He was her chosen man. Depths that were only beginning to awaken in Joan were stirred. She would sustain Peter, and also presently she would renew Peter. A time would come when this dear spirit would be born again within her being, when the blood in her arteries and all the grace of her body would be given to a new life, to new lives that would be the beautiful variations of this dearest tune in the music of the world. They would have courage. They would have minds like bright, sharp swords. They would lift their chins as Peter did. It became inconceivable to Joan that women could give their bodies to bear the children of unloved men. Dear Peter, her lips said silently. Her heart swelled, her hands tightened. She wanted to kiss him. Then, in a whim of reaction, she was moved to mockery. Do you feel so very stern and strong, dear Peter? She whispered close to his shoulder. He started, surprised, stared at her for a moment, and smiled into her eyes. Old Joan, he said, and kissed her. When he returned to the house on Monday morning, after he had seen the two young people off, a burthen of desolation came upon Oswald. It was a loneliness as acute as a physical pain. It was misery. If they had been dead, he could not have been more unhappy. The work that had been the warm and living substance of 15 years was now finished and done. The nest was empty. The road and the stream, the gates and the garden, the house and the hall, seemed to ache with emptiness and desertion. He went into their old study, from which they had already taken a number of their most intimate treasures, and which was now as disordered as a room after a sale. Most of the remaining personal possessions were stacked ready for removal. Discarded magazines and books and torn paper made an untidy heap beside the fireplace. I could not feel a greater pain if I had lost a son, he thought, staring at these untidy vestiges. He went into his own study and sat down at his desk, though he knew there was no power of attention in him sufficient to begin work. Mrs. Moxon, for reasons best known to herself, was interested in his movements that morning. She saw him presently wander into the garden and then return to the hall. He took his cap and stick and touched the bell. I'll not be back to lunch, Mrs. Moxon, he called. Very well, sir, said Mrs. Moxon, unseen upon the landing above, nodding her head approvingly. At first, the world outside was as lonely as his study. He went up the valley along the high road for half a mile, and then took a winding lane under almost overhanging boughs. The hawthorn leaves now were nearly out, and the elder quite. Up over the hill, and thence across the fields and through a wood, until he came to where the steep lane runs down to Braffing. And by that time, although the springtime world was still immensely lonely and comfortless, He no longer felt that despairful sense of fresh and irredeemable loss with which he started. He was beginning to realize now that he had always been a solitary being, that all men, even in crowds, carry a certain solitude with them, and loneliness, thus lifted to the level of a sustained and general experience, ceased to feel like a dagger turning in his heart. Down the middle of Braffing village, along spaces of grass, runs the little Quin, now a race of crystalline water over pebbly shallows, and now a brown purposefulness flecked with foam, in which reeds bend and recover as if they kept their footing by perpetual feats of dexterity. There are two fords, and midway between them a little bridge with a handrail, on which Oswald stayed for a time, watching the lives and adventures of an endless stream of bubbles that were begotten 30 feet away, where the eddy from the depth beneath a willow root dashed against a bow that bobbed and dipped in the water. He found a great distraction and relief in following their adventures. On they came, large and small, in strings, in spinning groups, busy bubbles, quiet bubbles, dignified solitary bubbles, and passed a dangerous headland of watercress, and ran the gauntlet between two big stones, and then, if they survived, came with a hopeful rush for the shadow under the bridge and vanished utterly. For all the rest of the day, those streaming bubbles glittered and raced and jostled before Oswald's eyes, and made a veil across his personal desolation. His mind swung like a pendulum between two ideas. Those bubbles were like human life. They were not like human life. Philosophy is the greatest of anodynes. Why is a man's life different from a bubble? Like a bubble, he is born of the swirl of matter. Like a bubble, he reflects the universe. He is driven and whirled about by forces he does not comprehend. He shines here, and is darkened there, and is elated or depressed, he knows not why, and at last passes suddenly out into the darkness. In the evening, Oswald sat musing by his study fire, his lamp unlit. He sat in an attitude that had long become habitual to him, with the scarred side of his face resting upon and hidden by his hand. His walk had wearied him, but not unpleasantly. His knee was surprisingly free from pain, and he was no longer acutely unhappy. The idea, a very engaging idea, had come into his head. It was not really the education of Joan and Peter that had come to an end, but his own. They were still learners. How much they had still to learn. At Peter's age, he had not yet gone to Africa. They had finished with school and college perhaps, but they were but beginning in the university of life. Neither of them had yet experienced a great disillusionment. Neither of them had yet been shamed or bitterly disappointed. They had each other. They had seen the Great War indeed, and Peter knew now what wounds and death were like, but he himself had been through that at 21. Neither had had any such dark tragedy as, for example, if one of them had been killed, or if one of them had betrayed and injured the other. Perhaps they would always have fortunate lives. But he himself had to learn the lesson to the end. His life had been a darkened one. He had loved intensely and lost. He had to abandon his chosen life work when it was barely half done. He had a present sense of the great needs of the world, and he was bodily weak and mentally uncertain. He would spend days now of fretting futility, unable to achieve anything. He loved those dear youngsters, but the young cannot give love to the old because they do not yet understand. He was alone, and yet, it was strange, he kept on. With such strength as he had, he pursued his ends. Those two would go on, full of hope, helping one another, thinking together, succeeding. The lesson he had learnt was that without much love, without much vitality, with little hope of seeing a single end achieved for which he worked, he could still go on. He drifted through his memories, seeking for the motives that had driven him on from experience to experience. But while he could remember the experiences, it was very hard now to recover any inkling of his motives. He remembered himself at school as a violent egotist, working hard, openly and fairly, for his ascendancy in the school games, working hard secretly for his school position. It seemed now as though all that time he had been no more than a greed and a vanity. Was that fair to himself, or had he forgotten the redeeming dreams of youth? The scene shifted to the wardroom of his first battleship, and then to his first battle. He saw again the long low line of the Egyptian coast, and the batteries of Alexandria and Romley spitting fire, and the Condor standing in. He recalled the tense excitement of that morning, the boats rowing to land, but strangely enough, the incident that had won him the Victoria Cross had been blotted completely from his mind by his injury. He could not recover even the facts, much less the feel of that act. Why had he done what he had done? Did he himself really do it? Then very vividly came the memory of his first sight of his smashed, disfigured face. That had been horrible at the time. In a way, it was horrible still, but after that it seemed as though for the first time he had ceased then to be an egotism, a vanity. After that, the memories of impersonal interest began. He thought of his attendance at Huxley's lectures at South Kensington and the wonder of making his first dissections. About that time he met Dolly, but here again was a queer gap. He could not remember anything very distinctly about his early meetings with Dolly, except that she wore white and that they happened in a garden. Yet, in a little while, all his being had been hungry for Dolly. With his first journey into Africa, all his memories became brighter and clearer, and as if a hotter sun shone upon them. Everything before that time was part of the story of a young man long vanished from the world, young Oswald, a personality at least as remote as Peter, very like Peter. But with the change of scene to Africa, Oswald became himself. The man in the story was the man who sat musing in the study chair, moved by the same motives and altogether understandable. Already in Nyasaland, he was working consciously for civilization even as he worked today. Everything in that period lived still, with all its accompanying feelings alive. He fought again in his first fight in Nyasaland, and recalled with complete vividness how he had loaded and fired and reloaded and fired, time after time, at the rushes of the Yao spearmen. He had fought leaning against the stockade because he was too weary to stand upright, and with his head and every limb aching. One man he had hit had wriggled for a long time in the grass, and that memory still distressed him. It trailed another memory of horror with it. In his campaign about Lake Kyoga, years later, in a fight amidst some anthills, he had come upon a wounded Sudanese being eaten alive by swarms of ants. The poor devil had died with the ants still upon him. Oswald could still recall the sick anguish with which he had tried in vain to save or relieve this man. The affair was in the exact quality of his present feelings. The picture was painted from the same palette. He remembered that then, as now, he felt the same helpless perplexity at apparently needless and unprofitable human agony. And then, as now, he had not despaired. He had been able to see no reason in the suffering and no excuse for it. He could see none now, and yet he did not despair. Why did not that and 100 other horrors overwhelm him with despair? Why had he been able to go on with life after that, and after another exquisite humiliation and disappointment? He had loved Dolly intensely, and here again came a third, but less absolutely obliterated gap in his recollections. For years he had been resolutely keeping his mind off the sufferings of that time, and now they were indistinct. His memory was particularly blank now about Arthur. He was registered merely as a blonde sort of ass with a tenor voice who punched copper. That faint, hostile caricature was all his mind had tolerated. But still sharp and clear, as though it had been photographed but yesterday upon his memory, was the afternoon when he had realized that Dolly was dead. That scene was life-size and intense. How in a shady place under great trees he leant forward against his little folding table and wept aloud. What had carried him through all those things? Why had he desired so intensely? Why had he worked so industriously? Why did he possess this passion for order that had inspired his administrative work? Why had he given his best years to Uganda? Why had he been so concerned for the welfare and wisdom of Joan and Peter? Why did he work now to the very breaking point until sleeplessness and fever forced him to rest, for this dream of a great federation in the world, a world state he would certainly never live to see established? If he was indeed only a bubble, then surely he was the most obstinately opinionated of bubbles. But he was not merely a bubble. The essential self of him was not this thing that spun about in life, that felt and reflected the world, that missed so acutely the two dear other bubbles that had circled about him so long, and that had now left him to eddy in his backwater while they hurried off into the midstream of life. His essential self, the self that mused now, that had struggled up through the egotisms of youth to this present predominance, was something deeper and tougher and more real than desire, than excitement, than pleasure or pain. That was the lesson he had been learning. There was something deeper in him, to which he had been getting down more and more as life had gone on, something to which all the stuff of experience was incidental, something in which there was endless fortitude and an undying resolution to do. There was something in him profounder than the stream of accidents. He sat now with his distresses allayed, his mind playing with fancies and metaphors and analogies. Was this profounder contentment beneath his pains and discontents the consciousness of the bubble giving way to the underlying consciousness of the stream? That was ingenious, but it was not true. Men are not bubbles carried blindly on a stream. They are rather like bubbles, but that is all. They are wills and parts of a will that is neither the slave of the stream of matter nor a thing indifferent to it, that is paradoxically free and bound. They are parts of a will, but what this great will was that had him in its grasp, that compelled him to work, that saved him from drowning in his individual sorrows and cares, he could not say. It was easy to draw the analogy that a man is an atom in the life of the species, as a cell is an atom in the life of a man. But this again was not the complete truth. Where was this alleged will of the species? If there was indeed such a will in the species, why was there this war? And yet, whatever it might be, assuredly there was something greater than himself sustaining his life. To him it felt like a universal thing. But was it indeed a universal thing? It was strangely bound up with preferences. Why did he love and choose certain things passionately? Why was he indifferent to others? Why were Dolly and Joan more beautiful to him than any other woman? Why did he so love the sound of their voices, their movements, and the subtle lines of their faces? Why did he love Peter, standing upright and when enthusiasm lit him? And why did he love the lights on polished steel and the darknesses of deep waters, the movements of flames and of supple, feline animals so intensely? Why did he love these things more than the sheen on painted wood, or the graces of blonde women, or the movements of horses? And why did he love justice and the revelation of scientific laws and the setting right of disordered things? Why did this idea of a League of Nations come to him with the effect of a personal and preferential call? All these lights and matters and aspects and personal traits were somehow connected in his mind and had a compelling power over him. They could make him forget his safety or comfort or happiness. They had something in common among themselves, he felt, and he could not tell what it was they had in common. But whatever it was the intimation of the power that sustained him. It was as if they were all reflections or resemblances of some overruling spirit, some genius, some great ruler of the values that stood over his existence and his world. Yet that again was but a fancy, a plagiarism from Socrates. There was a light upon his life, and the truth was that he could not discover the source of the light nor define its nature. There was a presence in the world about him that made all life worthwhile, and yet it was nameless and incomprehensible. It was the essence beyond reality. It was the heart of all things. Metaphors, words. Perhaps some men have meant this when they talked of love, but he himself had loved because of this, and so he held it must be something greater than love. Perhaps some men have intended it in their use of the word beauty, but it seemed to him that rather it made and determined beauty for him. And others again have known it as the living presence of God. But the name of God was to Oswald a name battered out of all value and meaning, and yet it was by this nameless, this incomprehensible, that he lived and was upheld. It did so uphold him that he could go on, he knew, though happiness were denied him, though defeat and death stared him in the face. At last he sighed and rose. He lit his reading lamp by means of a newspaper rolled up into one long spill, for there was a famine in matches just then, and sat down to the work on his desk. End of section 36. End of Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells.